Chapter 1: Seeds of Empire. The biting wind whipped off the Neva River, carrying with it the scent of thawing mud and the faint, metallic tang of the burgeoning shipyard. St. Petersburg, a city carved from the very swamps, groaned under the relentless ambition of its creator, Peter the Great. In 1725, amidst the chaos of construction and the constant churn of political intrigue, Dmitri Rostov, a relatively minor nobleman, found himself caught in the relentless current. He was a man of moderate means, his lineage stretching back several generations but lacking the illustrious connections that greased the wheels of advancement in the Tsar's court. His estate, a modest property nestled on the outskirts of the city, offered little comfort against the biting winds of both winter and political ambition. Dmitri's life was a constant negotiation. He was neither wealthy nor powerful enough to command attention, yet he possessed a shrewd mind and an unyielding loyalty to the Tsar, qualities he hoped would elevate his family's standing. He attended court functions, a sea of silks and brocades, where the whispers of conspiracy were as thick as the fog rolling in from the Baltic. He witnessed the Tsar's relentless drive to modernize Russia, a whirlwind of reforms that both thrilled and terrified the established nobility. Peter's relentless push towards westernization was a double-edged sword. It promised progress but also threatened to uproot centuries of tradition. Many of the old boyars, clinging to their ancient privileges, seethed with resentment, their whispers of discontent a constant hum beneath the veneer of courtly politeness. Dmitri, however, saw opportunity amidst the chaos. He was a pragmatist, recognizing the need to adapt to the Tsar's vision while still clinging to the core values of his family: ambition, a fierce loyalty, and an almost brutal sense of self-preservation. He carefully cultivated relationships with those who held influence, offering his loyalty unreservedly while subtly maneuvering for advancement. He attended the Tsar's lavish feasts, where the conversations flowed as freely as the vodka, and carefully observed the shifting tides of power. He understood that in Peter's court, loyalty was a currency, and its value fluctuated wildly depending on the Tsar's capricious mood. The city itself was a character in Dmitri's story. It was a city of stark contrasts, the magnificent palaces erected in imitation of Western grandeur, juxtaposed with the muddy streets, the makeshift buildings, and the squalor that clung to the edges of the rapidly expanding city. The opulent extravagance of the court, with its lavish balls and glittering ceremonies, was a world apart from the harsh realities faced by the common people. The disparity was stark, a constant reminder of the precariousness of his position and the ruthlessness required to survive. One evening, at a particularly lavish court ball, Dmitri caught the eye of Praskovia Volkonsky, a woman whose beauty was matched only by her wealth and the considerable influence wielded by her family. Praskovia was a creature of ice and fire, her elegant demeanor masking a steely determination. She was a strategic prize, a woman whose family held significant sway in the court and whose fortune would provide the financial security Dmitri craved. Their marriage, however, was not a union of love but a calculated alliance, a stepping stone on Dmitri's path to advancement. The courtship was a dance of carefully measured steps, a performance designed to impress the Volkonskys and secure their approval. Dmitri, usually warm and gregarious, found himself playing a role, suppressing his natural warmth to project an image of seriousness and ambition. Praskovia, in turn, maintained a frigid reserve, her silence a formidable barrier that Dmitri found increasingly frustrating. Their marriage, sealed with the pomp and circumstance of an opulent ceremony, was a testament to the power of strategic alliances and the pragmatic nature of the aristocracy in Peter's Russia. The Rostovs' new estate, a sprawling mansion within the city's expanding limits, was a testament to Praskovia's wealth and Dmitri's ambition. It was filled with lavish furnishings, imported silks, and an endless parade of servants. However, the opulence only served to highlight the stark contrast between their privileged lives and the poverty that festered just beyond their walls. Beggars lined the streets, their gaunt faces a stark reminder of the vast inequalities that shaped their world. The sounds of the city, the clatter of carriages, the cries of vendors, and the constant rumble of construction were a symphony of both progress and stark disparity. Their marriage, while securing a measure of stability and social advancement for Dmitri, was far from idyllic. Praskovia's icy demeanor and unyielding nature clashed with Dmitri's natural warmth and affection. The icy formality that reigned in their marriage foreshadowed the tumultuous relationships that would plague generations of Rostovs. Their disagreements were whispered behind closed doors, their battles waged in the silent clashes of wills and the icy glares exchanged across lavishly appointed rooms. It was a marriage of convenience, built on ambition and pragmatism, a foundation far too fragile to sustain genuine affection. The arrival of their son, Alexei, brought a flicker of warmth into Dmitri's life. Alexei, born into a world of opulent privilege, possessed a spirit that was as fiery and determined as his mother's. He was a child who reveled in the boisterous energy of the city, even as he was drawn to the quiet contemplation of the vast Baltic Sea that lay just beyond the city's reach. Unlike his father, he saw in Peter's reforms not a threat but an opportunity. He developed an early fascination with the burgeoning Russian Navy, a force that was rapidly modernizing and expanding under the Tsar's direction. Dmitri, sensing his son's inclination towards a naval career, supported Alexei's ambition, recognizing the advantages such a path offered. The Russian Navy, still in its relative infancy, was a powerful instrument of the Tsar's expansionist policies, and a career in the Navy promised not only prestige but access to the corridors of power. For Dmitri, this was another strategic move, a calculated decision designed to secure his family's future and cement its position within the new Russia that Peter was forging. The following years saw Alexei rise rapidly through the ranks of the Russian Navy. He endured rigorous training, learned the art of naval warfare, and spent many months away from home, braving the treacherous waters of the Baltic and Black Seas. His voyages took him to far-flung corners of the expanding Russian Empire, exposing him to different cultures and forging in him a strength of character that was both unwavering and independent. He witnessed firsthand the triumphs and the hardships of imperial expansion, and the cost of imperial ambition. This experience forged him into a man of strong will, unwavering discipline, and tactical brilliance, a man who would become a crucial figure in shaping the future of the Rostov family. The sea, as unforgiving as it was majestic, shaped him into a formidable individual, and his naval experiences would prove vital in the ensuing generations. Dmitri, meanwhile, continued to navigate the treacherous waters of the Tsar's court, his loyalty tested by both the relentless demands of modernization and the simmering resentment of the old nobility. He observed, he calculated, he adapted. He was a survivor, a man whose ambition was matched only by his determination to secure his family's future in a rapidly changing world. The seeds of ambition, loyalty, and a fierce will to survive, the very essence of the Rostovs, had been firmly planted. And as the decades turned, the shoots of those seeds would begin to reach for the light, shaping the destinies of generations to come. The grandeur of their new estate on the Nevsky Prospect was a gilded cage. While the imported silks and polished mahogany reflected the wealth of the Volkonskys, they did little to mask the chill that permeated Dmitri and Praskovia's relationship. Their opulent mansion, a testament to Dmitri's ambition and Praskovia's family fortune, stood in stark contrast to the grim realities just beyond its walls. The sounds of the city, the rumble of carriages, the cries of street vendors hawking their wares, the incessant hammering of construction, were a constant reminder of the vast chasm separating the privileged few from the struggling masses. Beggars, their faces gaunt and etched with hardship, huddled in doorways, their silent pleas a stark counterpoint to the lavish feasts and glittering balls that filled Dmitri and Praskovia's days. Praskovia, a woman of formidable presence and icy reserve, remained largely inaccessible to Dmitri. Her beauty was undeniable, the kind that captivated and commanded attention, but it was encased in an almost impenetrable layer of formality. She moved through their mansion with a regal grace, her elegant gowns whispering against the polished floors, her demeanor as cool and distant as the Baltic Sea in winter. she participated in the social functions expected of her, charming and manipulating with equal ease, but behind the mask of polite conversation, a chilling indifference persisted. Their marriage, a contract forged in the fires of ambition, was a fragile arrangement built on little more than mutual understanding of their respective needs and the desire for societal advancement. Dmitri, accustomed to the warmth of family and the easy camaraderie of his less privileged circles, found himself increasingly frustrated by Praskovia's emotional distance. He attempted, at times clumsily, to bridge the gulf between them, to inject warmth and affection into their sterile existence. He'd try light-hearted conversation, gestures of kindness, small tokens of affection, but they were consistently met with a frigid reserve, a subtle withdrawal that left Dmitri feeling utterly alone within the walls of their magnificent prison. The silence between them was thick, heavy with unspoken resentments and simmering frustrations. He knew their marriage was not one of love, but the coldness he encountered went beyond the expectations of a strategic alliance. It felt like a deliberate rejection. The constraints placed on women in 18th-century Russia were acutely felt within the confines of their marriage. Praskovia, despite her wealth and family influence, was still subject to societal expectations that confined her roles primarily to those of wife and, eventually, mother. Her agency, her capacity to shape her own destiny, was severely limited by the rigid societal structures that governed aristocratic life. Her power was primarily derived from her family connections and her wealth, instruments she wielded expertly within the court's complex power dynamics, but in her own marriage, her autonomy felt suppressed. The social constraints created a power imbalance. Dmitri, through their marital union, had achieved a level of societal standing he wouldn't have otherwise possessed, and that provided him with a measure of control over her life. Their disagreements were carefully concealed behind the polished veneer of their public lives. Within the walls of their estate, however, the subtle battles played out in icy glares across lavishly set dining tables, in pointed silences during formal gatherings, and in the frigid atmosphere that permeated their chambers. The servants, ever observant, moved silently, their presence a muted reminder of the intricate web of dependencies that shaped aristocratic life. The hushed whispers that circulated amongst the household staff provided a constant undercurrent of tension, a silent commentary on the icy relationship between their master and mistress. The arrival of their son, Alexei, brought a tentative shift in the dynamic, but even then, the underlying tensions remained. While Dmitri's heart overflowed with paternal love for his son, it was difficult to believe that Praskovia felt the same. While she performed the duties of a mother adequately, the affection was restrained, as if her love for Alexei was another carefully measured performance in the grand theatre of her life. She raised him with a stern discipline, molding him into the image of the perfect aristocrat, a miniature version of the men who wielded power in the court. Alexei, however, was far from being a docile reflection of his parents' strained union. His personality was a curious blend of his parents' contrasting traits. From his father, he inherited a natural warmth and a certain mischievous charm. From his mother, he possessed a steely resolve and a remarkable intelligence, a quick mind capable of observing and processing information far beyond his years. The duality of his parents' natures, Dmitri's easygoing manner and Praskovia's icy restraint, created a complex and fascinating character in their son. The opulent surroundings of their estate did little to soften the inherent coldness of their relationship. It seemed only to highlight the disparity between their privileged position and the struggles of those living beyond their walls. Dmitri often found himself staring out the large windows of his study, contemplating the stark contrasts of their lives. He saw the elegant carriages rolling past, their occupants oblivious to the wretchedness of the city's underbelly, a reflection of the wider societal indifference that was so prevalent in St. Petersburg. He knew that their affluence was built upon a foundation of inequality, a societal structure that allowed for such extremes of wealth and poverty to exist side by side. The weight of their strategic marriage bore heavily on Dmitri. He knew that the security and social advancement it provided were vital for his family's future. But the emptiness, the emotional distance, haunted him. He found solace in his son, Alexei, whose boisterous spirit brought a much-needed touch of warmth into their lives. He found a refuge in the quiet moments spent with Alexei, away from the gilded cage of their mansion, amidst the natural beauty surrounding the city, observing the ships sailing on the Neva River, and sensing the pulse of life beyond the confines of their privileged existence. The years passed, and the cracks in their facade widened. Their relationship remained a carefully orchestrated performance, a delicate dance of formality and subtle manipulation. But behind the mask of polite society, the cold reality of their union, built upon convenience rather than affection, remained. It was a union that, despite its initial success in advancing the Rostovs' position within society, laid the groundwork for the future clashes and complexities that would define their family for generations. The seeds of the Rostovs' destiny, ambition, strategic alliances, and a complex blend of warmth and icy reserve were firmly planted. The harvest would be bountiful, but it would also be bitter. The inheritance of their legacy was far more complicated than the wealth they had accumulated. The true cost of their marriage of convenience would reveal itself in the tumultuous lives of their descendants, a legacy etched in both success and profound unhappiness. Alexei, unlike his parents, found little solace within the gilded cage of their Nevsky Prospect mansion. The constrained atmosphere, the subtle power plays, and the chilling reserve of his mother held little appeal for a boy whose spirit yearned for adventure and the boundless expanse of the horizon. While his father, Dmitri, found a temporary refuge in quiet moments by the Neva, Alexei sought a different kind of escape, one that would take him far from the stifling confines of St. Petersburg's aristocratic society. The reign of Peter the Great, though long past by the time Alexei reached adolescence, continued to resonate deeply within the fabric of Russian society. Peter's relentless drive to modernize and westernize Russia, his ambitious naval expansion, and his unwavering focus on transforming Russia into a major European power had left an indelible mark. This spirit of transformation, of breaking free from tradition and forging a new path, resonated powerfully with Alexei. While his parents navigated the intricate web of courtly intrigues, Alexei found himself increasingly drawn to the call of the sea, the promise of adventure, and the allure of a career in the burgeoning Russian Navy. His fascination with the sea wasn't a sudden whim, it was a gradual awakening, nurtured by hours spent watching the ships sailing on the Neva, their sails billowing in the wind, their hulls cutting through the water with effortless grace. He would spend countless hours sketching the vessels, memorizing their rigging, poring over nautical charts and books on navigation, his imagination fueled by tales of daring voyages and epic naval battles. His mother, seeing his persistent interest, initially tried to steer him toward a more conventional path, one befitting his aristocratic standing. She envisioned a life for him in the court, a career in diplomacy or administration. But Alexei's resolve was unyielding. The rigid structures of court life held no appeal for him, the sea beckoned, and he was determined to answer its call. His father, though initially hesitant, ultimately understood and supported his son's ambition. He himself had risen through the ranks of society through hard work and strategic maneuvering, and he saw in Alexei's passion a reflection of his own determination. He recognized that a career in the Navy, however challenging, offered a legitimate path to success and provided a chance for Alexei to carve his own destiny, free from the suffocating expectations placed upon him by his aristocratic lineage. Dmitri provided Alexei with the necessary resources and connections to secure his admission to the Naval Academy in St. Petersburg. The Naval Academy was a crucible, forging young men into disciplined, strategic-minded officers. Alexei thrived in this rigorous environment, his innate intelligence and unwavering determination enabling him to excel in his studies. He mastered the intricacies of navigation, ship handling, and naval tactics, demonstrating a natural aptitude for command. He quickly distinguished himself from his peers, his sharp mind and unwavering focus setting him apart. The Academy's demanding curriculum tested his physical and mental endurance, honing his resolve and shaping his character. His training wasn't confined to the classroom, it extended onto the open seas, aboard the training ships that crisscrossed the Baltic. The harsh conditions, the unforgiving weather, the relentless sea, the long stretches of isolation, tested his limits. He learned to navigate treacherous storms, to manage a crew under pressure, and to maintain his composure in the face of adversity. The sea, in its vastness and unpredictability, became both his teacher and his adversary. His first deployment was a journey fraught with hardship and adventure. He served aboard a frigate patrolling the Baltic Sea, where he encountered the realities of naval warfare firsthand. The Baltic was a contested sea, a stage upon which the ambitions of Russia and its rivals clashed. Alexei's experience in this harsh environment was both educational and formative. He witnessed the brutality of naval combat, the courage and sacrifice of his fellow sailors, and the devastating consequences of war. He learned about strategy and tactics, the importance of discipline and teamwork, and the crucial role of naval power in shaping Russia's destiny. The battles he fought in the Baltic instilled in him a deep sense of discipline and strategic thinking. He learned the vital importance of precise planning and execution, the need to anticipate his opponent's moves, and the necessity of adapting to unforeseen circumstances. He honed his leadership skills, learning to inspire and motivate his men under pressure, fostering a sense of camaraderie and loyalty. His experiences weren't merely about warfare, they were about mastering the art of command and building a strong, efficient team. As he gained experience, Alexei's responsibilities expanded. He was entrusted with increasingly challenging assignments, his talent and determination earning him recognition and promotion within the ranks. His promotions took him from the Baltic to the warmer waters of the Black Sea, where the Russian Navy was engaged in further territorial expansion. The Black Sea campaigns were even more challenging than his earlier deployments, presenting different kinds of adversaries and demanding a different approach to naval warfare. The climate was different, the enemy tactics varied, and the strategic goals were distinct. Alexei's adaptability and quick thinking were vital to his success in this new environment. The experiences of Alexei's naval career contrasted sharply with the world of courtly intrigues and carefully orchestrated social maneuvers that his parents inhabited. While they played their games of influence and power within the confines of St. Petersburg's elite circles, Alexei carved his own path, defining his own success through his achievement on the high seas. The hardships he endured, the battles he fought, the victories he secured, all these shaped his character, instilling in him a sense of independence, resilience, and unwavering resolve. He returned from his deployments a different person, a man who had proven his mettle and established his own reputation, far from the shadow of his parents' complex relationship. He had found his own sea of power, a world far removed from the cold calculations and emotional emptiness of his family's gilded cage. The echoes of cannon fire and the salty tang of the sea were now a more significant part of his identity than the velvet drapes and polished floors of the family estate. He was a Russian naval officer, and he was forging his own destiny. The news of Dmitri Rostov's death arrived in a chilling autumn wind, mirroring the icy grip of grief that settled upon Alexei. The telegram, crisp and official, announced the sudden demise of his father, a heart attack suffered during a hunting expedition in the remote forests of Novgorod. Alexei, fresh from a successful Black Sea campaign and brimming with the confidence of a rising naval officer, felt a hollow ache replace the exhilaration of victory. His father, the man who had understood and supported his unconventional path, was gone. The initial shock gave way to a wave of practical concerns, and foremost among them was the matter of inheritance. Dmitri's substantial estates, encompassing sprawling lands, profitable businesses, and a prestigious mansion on Nevsky Prospect, now rested solely upon Alexei's young shoulders. The weight of this responsibility was immense, a stark contrast to the freedom of the open sea. Yet, the inheritance, instead of bringing solace, initiated a storm of unforeseen complications. Word arrived from St. Petersburg that Dmitri's death had unleashed a viper's nest of long-dormant family rivalries. Distant cousins, long overshadowed by Dmitri's success and influence, emerged from the shadows, their eyes gleaming with avarice. Their claims to portions, or even all, of the Rostov inheritance were swift and assertive, based on complex and convoluted interpretations of centuries-old family documents and obscure legal loopholes. The Rostov family, it seemed, was not united by sorrow but divided by greed. Alexei, accustomed to the straightforward challenges of naval warfare, found himself immersed in a treacherous labyrinth of legal battles and social maneuvering. The elegant salons of St. Petersburg, once a place of fleeting visits and polite disinterest, now became the battleground for a brutal war of wills. The rules of engagement were far different from those he knew on the sea. Here, the weapons were not cannons and swords, but whispered accusations, manipulated documents, and the insidious power of influential connections. His mother, Elizaveta, provided little comfort or guidance. Her grief was a cold, distant thing, a mask hiding the calculation that always seemed to lie beneath her composed exterior. While Alexei navigated the complexities of the legal challenges, Elizaveta concentrated on preserving her own position and influence within the aristocracy, seemingly unconcerned with the turmoil engulfing the family legacy. She moved through the social circles with an icy grace, her alliances shifting as subtly and unpredictably as the currents of the Baltic. The legal proceedings were arduous and protracted. Alexei, armed with only his inherent determination and the counsel of a shrewd but expensive lawyer, found himself pitted against a formidable opposition. His adversaries were not merely disgruntled relatives, they were seasoned players in the intricate game of Imperial Russian inheritance, masters of manipulation and deception. Their lawyers were renowned for their cunning and their connections to powerful figures in the court. The courts themselves were a microcosm of the broader society, a world of whispered conversations, subtle bribes, and backroom deals. Justice, Alexei soon discovered, was not always blind. It was often swayed by social standing, political connections, and the weight of one's purse. He witnessed firsthand the influence of money and power, the way it could twist legal interpretations and influence judgments. It was a far cry from the clear-cut battles of the sea, where victory was determined by skill, strategy, and courage. Here, the victory was often determined by who knew whom, and who held the deepest pockets. His legal team, led by the sharp-witted and cynical Ms. Irina Volkov, worked tirelessly to defend Alexei's claims. Ms. Volkov, a woman who had carved a successful path for herself in a predominantly male legal profession, understood the intricacies of Russian inheritance law as well as the undercurrents of social and political influence. She navigated the complex web of family history, sifting through dusty documents, deciphering cryptic wills, and unearthing hidden clauses. Her work was not just about interpreting legal texts, it was about deciphering the power dynamics of the Rostov family and anticipating the maneuvers of their opponents. The hearings took place in opulent courtrooms, echoing with the murmur of hushed conversations and the rustle of silks and satins. Alexei, accustomed to the rough-and-tumble world of the Navy, found the formality and ritualistic precision of the proceedings both alien and infuriating. He watched as his adversaries deployed their arsenal of subtle manipulations, a carefully placed word, a strategically leaked document, a seemingly innocent social interaction designed to undermine his credibility. The battle extended beyond the courtroom. Social gatherings, previously occasions for polite conversation and light-hearted banter, now became arenas of thinly veiled hostility and strategic posturing. Each interaction was a carefully orchestrated dance, a delicate balance of charm, intimidation, and veiled threats. Alexei, despite his natural confidence, often felt out of his depth in this world of subtle manipulations and courtly intrigue. As the legal battle wore on, the strain began to take its toll. The endless paperwork, the exhausting court appearances, and the constant threat of losing his inheritance weighed heavily upon him. The sea, his sanctuary, his refuge, felt 1,000,000 miles away. Yet, despite the challenges, Alexei refused to yield. The fight for his inheritance was not just about wealth and status, it was about defending his father's legacy and proving his own strength and resolve. The determination that had propelled him to success in the Navy now fueled his fight for justice. The culmination of the inheritance dispute came in a dramatic final hearing. Ms. Volkov, having meticulously built her case, presented a compelling argument, exposing the flaws in her opponent's claims and highlighting the deceitful tactics they had employed. The judge, a man known for his impartiality, considered the evidence and delivered a verdict that, while not entirely in Alexei's favor, recognized the validity of his claim to the majority of his father's estate. The victory, however, was not absolute. Some concessions had to be made, some portions of the inheritance were lost to his relatives, but Alexei emerged from the ordeal having secured a significant portion of his father's legacy. The experience left Alexei forever changed. The sea had taught him resilience and strategic thinking, but the inheritance battle had introduced him to a different kind of warfare, one played out in the shadowy corridors of power and the opulent drawing rooms of St. Petersburg's aristocracy. He had learned to navigate the treacherous currents of courtly intrigue, mastering the subtle art of negotiation and compromise. He had learned, perhaps more importantly, the true price of power and the enduring nature of family loyalties and betrayals. The echoes of cannon fire were now accompanied by the whispers of the court, creating a new symphony of experiences that profoundly shaped the young man into the seasoned leader he was destined to become. His journey, far from being over, had merely reached a new, more complex stage. The legacy he inherited was not merely land and wealth but a tapestry woven from both triumphs and betrayals, a story yet to unfold, a sea of intrigue just beginning to churn. The whispers of the inheritance battle still clung to Alexei like the scent of sea salt, even as the grandeur of the Imperial court enveloped him. The year was 1762, and the air crackled with the electrifying energy of change. Catherine the Great, a woman of formidable intellect and ambition, had ascended the throne, her reign promising both dazzling splendor and unsettling uncertainty. Alexei, having weathered the storm of family intrigue, found himself navigating a new tempest, one that threatened not just his personal fortunes but the very fabric of the Russian Empire. His first glimpse of the Imperial court was a breathtaking spectacle. The Winter Palace, resplendent in its gilded glory, seemed to hum with a vibrant energy. The air was thick with the perfume of expensive silks and the murmur of countless conversations, a swirling kaleidoscope of richly embroidered uniforms, shimmering jewels, and the rustle of exquisite gowns. He was introduced to a dazzling array of courtiers, their faces a mask of polite smiles and carefully concealed ambition. The conversations were a sophisticated dance, each word weighted with meaning, each gesture calculated to impress or intimidate. It was a world vastly different from the rough-and-tumble camaraderie of the naval fleet, a world governed not by the strength of arms, but by the deft manipulation of social graces and political connections. Catherine herself was a commanding presence. Tall and regal, her eyes, sharp and intelligent, seemed to pierce through the elaborate facade of courtly politeness, observing and assessing everything with an unnerving precision. She possessed a captivating aura, a blend of intellectual brilliance and regal authority that held the attention of the entire room. Her court was a mirror reflecting her own personality, bold, ambitious, and unapologetically powerful. The glittering balls and lavish banquets, the opulent decorations and the seemingly endless flow of champagne, created an illusion of effortless prosperity and unchallenged authority. Yet, even amidst this dazzling display of imperial power, Alexei sensed a subtle discord, a discord that resonated in the hushed whispers that followed the empress's every move. The opulent feasts and extravagant balls were a sharp contrast to the harsh realities experienced by the majority of the Russian population. While the court reveled in extravagance, the peasantry toiled in the fields, their lives marked by relentless poverty and grueling labor. The growing disparity between the opulent lifestyle of the elite and the desperate existence of the common people was a palpable tension, an underlying current of discontent that throbbed beneath the glittering surface of imperial splendor. He overheard conversations, snippets of gossip and discontent, exchanged in hushed tones in the shadowed corners of the palace. The stories spoke of peasant uprisings, of widespread famine, and of the growing resentment towards the heavy taxes levied on the land-owning class, a burden that often fell disproportionately on the shoulders of the poor. These murmurs, though carefully concealed, were a constant reminder of the fragility of the imperial facade, a warning that the glittering spectacle could collapse under the weight of its own contradictions. Alexei, having gained a deep understanding of the complexities of human nature during his family's inheritance battle, recognized the seeds of potential unrest. He saw the simmering resentment in the eyes of the servants, the strained smiles of the lesser courtiers, the barely concealed ambition of the more influential nobles. The court was a microcosm of the empire itself, a beautiful and fragile structure built upon a foundation of vast inequalities, where the gap between the affluent and the impoverished was widening with alarming speed. His experiences in St. Petersburg had imbued him with a pragmatism and a keen awareness of power dynamics. The battles fought in the courts of law had been just as intense, and in many ways more insidious, than those he had encountered at sea. The elegant salons were far more dangerous than the most turbulent seas, the subtle manipulations of the aristocracy a far more formidable enemy than any invading fleet. This understanding of hidden power struggles gave him a unique perspective on the court of Catherine the Great, allowing him to see beyond the superficial glitter and perceive the deep-seated tensions brewing beneath the surface. One evening, during a particularly lavish ball, Alexei found himself engaged in conversation with Prince Dmitri Rostov, one of Catherine's closest confidants. The prince, a man of immense influence and considerable wealth, spoke with a cynicism that belied the outward charm and courtly demeanor. He spoke of the Empress's ambitious plans for territorial expansion, her desire to elevate Russia to the ranks of Europe's great powers. However, he also spoke, in hushed tones, of the growing unrest among the peasantry, of the potential for widespread revolt if the Empress failed to address the economic inequalities that plagued the country. "The Empress is a brilliant woman," Alexei, Orlov said, his voice low and confidential. "She sees the potential for greatness, but she is blind to the cracks in the foundation upon which her empire rests. The people are starving, and their patience is wearing thin." His words were laced with a weariness that spoke volumes about the burden of responsibility that weighed upon his shoulders. The prince's words left Alexei with a profound sense of unease. He witnessed firsthand the stark contrast between the opulent lifestyle of the court and the desperation of the common people. He saw the opulence of the Winter Palace as a dangerous illusion, a fragile facade that could shatter at any moment. The beauty of the empire was deceptive, it hid a deep-seated societal malaise that threatened to erupt into widespread chaos. The seeds of revolution, planted long ago, were beginning to sprout. The future of Russia, Alexei realized, was far from certain. It was a future shadowed by the potential for both greatness and catastrophic upheaval, a destiny determined by the delicate balance between imperial ambition and the simmering discontent of a nation on the brink. His days at court were filled with a sense of foreboding. The glittering balls and lavish banquets felt increasingly hollow, the laughter of the courtiers a jarring contrast to the desperation he had glimpsed beyond the palace walls. He witnessed the Empress's relentless pursuit of power, her unwavering determination to reshape Russia in her own image. But he also saw the price of that ambition, the growing resentment among the people, the potential for catastrophic consequences if the Empress failed to address the underlying social and economic imbalances that threatened the stability of her reign. The court's opulent facade was not just a display of power, it was a carefully constructed illusion, a performance designed to mask the deep-seated tensions that simmered beneath the surface. The extravagant balls and lavish banquets were merely a distraction, a superficial show of prosperity that concealed the grim reality of widespread poverty and social unrest. Alexei understood the importance of maintaining the delicate balance between the opulent display of power and the needs of the common people, a balance that was increasingly precarious. He had survived the battles of the sea, the treacherous currents of family intrigue, and the complexities of the legal system. Now, he braced himself for a new storm, a storm that threatened to engulf the entire Russian Empire. The dawn of a new era had arrived, but it carried with it the seeds of a turbulent future. Chapter 2: The Age of Enlightenment. The years that followed were a whirlwind of opulent balls and whispered conspiracies, a dizzying dance between Enlightenment ideals and the entrenched realities of Russian aristocracy. Alexei's children, Dmitri, Anya, and young Irina, grew up within the gilded cage of the Imperial court, their lives a stark contrast to the lives of the peasants toiling in the vast Russian countryside. Dmitri, the eldest, inherited his father's sharp intellect and pragmatic nature, quickly absorbing the intellectual current swirling around him. He devoured books smuggled in from France, filled with radical new ideas of liberty, equality, and popular sovereignty, concepts that clashed violently with the rigid hierarchical structure of Russian society. He found himself captivated by the writings of Montesquieu and Voltaire, their words sparking a flame of intellectual rebellion within him. Anya, on the other hand, possessed a fiery spirit and a deep empathy for the suffering she witnessed. While the court reveled in its extravagant displays of wealth, Anya saw the stark reality of poverty and inequality just beyond the palace walls. She visited the nearby villages with her governess, witnessing firsthand the hardships faced by the peasantry, the meager rations, the grueling labor, the crushing weight of taxation. These experiences shaped her worldview, fueling her growing sense of social justice and inspiring her to question the privileges of her own class. Young Irina, still too young to fully grasp the complexities of the adult world, was nonetheless deeply affected by the contrasts she observed. She would often sit for hours, mesmerized by the glittering jewels adorning the court ladies, only to later witness the emaciated faces of beggar children outside the palace gates. This juxtaposition imprinted itself upon her young mind, creating a deep-seated conflict between the beauty and the brutality of her surroundings. Their upbringing was a paradox. They were surrounded by exquisite silks, priceless paintings, and the intoxicating aroma of exotic perfumes, yet they also bore witness to the grim realities of a society rife with inequities. The lavish balls, attended by the most powerful figures in the empire, were a jarring contrast to the desolate villages they glimpsed during their infrequent excursions outside the palace walls. The children were educated by tutors who taught them the classical languages and the intricacies of courtly etiquette, yet those same tutors were subtly exposed to the Enlightenment thinkers who challenged the very foundations of the absolute monarchy. Their father, Alexei, watched his children's intellectual development with a mixture of pride and apprehension. He had navigated the treacherous waters of courtly intrigue, and he recognized the subtle yet dangerous currents of change that were reshaping the Russian Empire. He saw in his children's burgeoning awareness a reflection of the growing unrest among the populace. The whispers of revolution, once faint and distant, were growing louder, closer, becoming a tangible force that threatened to shatter the seemingly immutable structures of power. Alexei's own views were shaped by his experiences, his struggles for his inheritance, his service in the Imperial Navy, his observations of the court. He was far from a revolutionary. He believed in order, in the established system, but he was not blind to its flaws. He held a deep-seated respect for the Tsarina Catherine, understanding her ambitions and her intelligence, but he also recognized the dangers inherent in her relentless pursuit of power without a corresponding concern for the well-being of the common people. He saw Catherine's brilliance juxtaposed against the widespread suffering, and he understood that this volatile mixture could easily ignite into widespread upheaval. He often engaged his children in thoughtful discussions, seeking to guide their intellectual curiosity while also instilling in them a sense of responsibility towards their position in society. He would explain the complexities of Russia's social and economic structures, the historical reasons behind the immense disparities between the rich and the poor, while simultaneously challenging them to critically examine these structures and envision a better future for their country. These were delicate conversations, walking a tightrope between encouraging intellectual freedom and maintaining loyalty to the crown. One wrong word could lead to ruin, a lesson etched deeply into Alexei's mind from his own turbulent past. Dmitri, emboldened by his intellectual discoveries, began to openly question the justification for the vast wealth accumulated by the aristocracy, the disparity between the lavish lifestyles of the nobility and the abject poverty of the peasantry. His arguments were met with disapproval by many in the court, but he found allies among some younger nobles, those who were similarly disillusioned with the existing system. They formed a small, clandestine group, exchanging ideas in secret meetings, their conversations fueled by the potent mix of intellectual curiosity and political discontent. They shared stories gleaned from their travels to the countryside, descriptions of the brutality of the serf system, the crushing burden of taxation, the lack of opportunity for the peasantry. Anya, meanwhile, channeled her compassion into charitable endeavors. She established a secret network that provided aid to the destitute, working alongside some sympathetic servants within the palace. She would often use her influence to secretly help the families struggling in the villages outside St. Petersburg, sending them food, medicine, and basic necessities, risking her position at court to alleviate their suffering. Her actions were a silent rebellion, a quiet act of defiance against the indifference and cruelty she had witnessed. Irina, though young, became acutely aware of the stark contrasts around her. Her innocence was not untouched by the suffering she saw. She began to question the purpose of her privileged existence, the justification for a world where such extremes coexisted. She expressed her concerns through her art, her paintings, and sketches filled with vivid portrayals of both the opulence of the court and the squalor of the peasantry. Her artwork became a symbolic representation of the deep-seated tensions within Russian society, reflecting the internal conflict that was growing within her own heart. As the years passed, the simmering discontent within Russian society grew more pronounced. The Enlightenment ideals of liberty and equality, once relegated to the hushed conversations of intellectuals, began to infiltrate the consciousness of the broader population. The whispers of revolution became shouts, the discontent a roaring flame threatening to consume the empire. The seeds of rebellion, planted in the fertile ground of inequality and injustice, were beginning to blossom, their fragile shoots pushing through the hardened soil of autocratic rule, threatening the very foundation of Catherine the Great's reign. Alexei watched, his heart heavy with foreboding, as the family he had so painstakingly protected found themselves caught in the crosscurrents of a society on the brink of transformation. The elegant facade of the imperial court, once a symbol of stability and power, now seemed fragile, a delicate structure precariously balanced on the edge of a precipice. The future of his family, and indeed the future of Russia, hung in the balance. The seemingly eternal stability of the Romanov dynasty and its opulent court was threatened by forces far greater than anyone anticipated. The winds of change were blowing, and no one, not even Catherine the Great, could predict where they would ultimately lead. Nikolai, the youngest of Alexei's sons, possessed a temperament markedly different from his siblings. While Dmitri engaged in fiery debates fueled by Enlightenment ideals and Anya dedicated herself to clandestine acts of charity, Nikolai found his calling in the subtle art of diplomacy. He possessed a keen intellect, a talent for languages, and an almost uncanny ability to read people, skills that served him well in the treacherous world of international relations. His father, recognizing his aptitude, secured him a position in the Imperial diplomatic corps, a decision that would shape not only Nikolai's life but also his understanding of the burgeoning revolutionary current sweeping across Europe. His first posting was to Paris, the glittering capital of France, a city pulsating with the very ideas that Dmitri devoured in stolen books. The contrast was stark. In St. Petersburg, he had known only the rigid hierarchy of the Russian court, the unspoken rules of deference and obedience, the suffocating weight of tradition. Paris, in its chaotic energy, was a revelation. The city buzzed with the fervor of intellectual debate, a vibrant exchange of ideas that challenged the very foundations of absolute monarchy. He found himself attending salons where philosophers, writers, and revolutionaries freely discussed political reform, religious tolerance, and the rights of man, topics that were considered dangerously subversive in Russia. He learned to navigate the labyrinthine corridors of French diplomacy, the intricate dance of alliances and rivalries, the subtle art of persuasion and manipulation. He witnessed firsthand the workings of a government that, while far from perfect, allowed for a greater degree of public participation than the autocratic regime under Catherine the Great. The discussions of the Enlightenment were not mere abstract concepts, they were reflected in the functioning of the government, the freedoms enjoyed by its citizens, even in the way public spaces were designed and utilized. He saw the tangible expression of ideas that back home remained dangerous whispers. He saw the power of reasoned argument in shaping public opinion, the ability of diverse voices to influence political decisions. From Paris, Nikolai's diplomatic career took him to Vienna, Berlin, and London, each city offering a unique perspective on the political landscape of Europe. In Vienna, he witnessed the elegance and formality of the Habsburg court, a world that shared some similarities with St. Petersburg but also possessed a more nuanced understanding of political compromise and international negotiation. He found himself engaged in complex negotiations involving trade agreements, territorial disputes, and the delicate balance of power between European nations. He observed the subtle interplay between royal courts and emerging parliamentary systems, the struggles between tradition and innovation. Berlin provided a fascinating contrast. The Prussian monarchy, while still autocratic, showed signs of modernization and reform, adopting some aspects of Enlightenment thinking while maintaining a strong military and a hierarchical social structure. He observed the growing influence of public opinion on policy, the careful balancing act between the needs of the state and the aspirations of its citizens. He saw the practical implications of enlightened thought on governance, its successes and its limitations. He learned the importance of understanding differing cultural contexts in effective diplomatic engagements, understanding that the same political philosophy expressed differently in Paris and Berlin. London, the heart of the burgeoning British Empire, presented a revolutionary concept, a constitutional monarchy. Nikolai spent years immersed in observing the British political system, studying the intricacies of Parliament, the balance of power between the Crown and the elected representatives. He saw firsthand the checks and balances that were designed to prevent tyranny, the slow, painstaking process of legislative decision-making, and the influence of public opinion on governmental policy. He attended debates in Parliament, marveling at the passionate arguments and the respectful, albeit often vigorous, exchange of ideas. This was a stark contrast to the absolute rule of the Tsarina, where dissent was swiftly and harshly suppressed. Nikolai's experiences abroad fundamentally altered his worldview. He witnessed the tangible effects of Enlightenment ideals on governance, social structures, and international relations. The carefully crafted facades of European diplomacy, the intricate protocols, and the seemingly endless negotiations, all became the stages for a drama that revealed the slow but steady shift in political power, the impact of public opinion, the gradual erosion of absolute rule in many parts of the continent. He saw the inherent weaknesses of rigid social hierarchies, the dangers of unchecked power, and the potential for reform that emerged from the intellectual ferment of the Enlightenment. He began to question the rigid social structures of his native Russia, the vast disparities between the aristocracy and the peasantry, the lack of political participation, the oppressive nature of the autocracy. His letters home were filled with detailed observations, keen analyses, and subtle critiques of the Russian system. He wrote not merely about diplomatic negotiations but also about the social and political climates of the capitals he visited, the impact of Enlightenment thought on different societies, and the growing calls for reform that echoed throughout Europe. His descriptions of the bustling streets of Paris, the intellectual salons of Vienna, the stately debates in London, stood in stark contrast to the more restrained and rigid atmosphere of St. Petersburg. He described the freedoms enjoyed by citizens in other European nations, the ways in which their governments responded to public opinion, the processes by which reforms were implemented, even gradually. These observations were not overtly critical of the Russian system, but they painted a compelling picture of alternative forms of governance. His insightful reports, though carefully worded to avoid overt criticism, nevertheless offered a window into the dynamism and transformative potential of the Enlightenment. They subtly challenged the entrenched assumptions of the Russian court, the very foundations of its autocratic rule, its unquestioned social hierarchy. The subtle comparisons, the implicit contrasts, were almost as powerful as outright rebellion. His diplomatic success was partly due to his innate abilities, but also a result of his ability to synthesize and present information that highlighted the benefits of adaptability and modernization. He showed, through his meticulously documented reports, that other countries were successfully adapting their systems, often with positive outcomes for their citizens. Nikolai's experiences, therefore, served as a catalyst for his own intellectual growth and indirectly influenced the evolving perspectives of his family. His letters, though carefully crafted to avoid direct accusations, brought an infusion of the ideas and realities of the European Enlightenment into the heart of the Russian aristocratic family. His diplomatic achievements resonated beyond the official sphere, offering a quiet yet potent challenge to the status quo. The seeds of change, carefully planted by the seemingly innocuous activities of a diplomat, began to take root within the family and, in time, within the nation itself. Anya, Nikolai's only daughter, inherited her father's sharp intellect but possessed a fierier spirit, a passionate heart that beat in time with the revolutionary currents surging through Europe. Unlike her reserved and diplomatic father, Anya embraced the fervor of the Enlightenment with an unrestrained enthusiasm. She devoured books, attended clandestine gatherings, and engaged in spirited debates with intellectuals who dared to challenge the Tsarina's absolute rule. Her world, unlike her father's meticulously ordered diplomatic sphere, was a whirlwind of secret meetings, hushed conversations, and clandestine acts of rebellion. She found herself drawn to the very ideas her father so carefully observed from afar. It was at one such gathering, a secret salon held in the dimly lit attic of a Parisian artist's studio, that she met Dmitri Volkov. He was everything her father was not: impulsive, passionate, fiercely idealistic. Dmitri was a young writer and philosopher, his face a canvas of intense thought, his eyes burning with a revolutionary fire. His words, though often provocative, resonated deeply with Anya. He spoke not of the intricacies of international treaties or the delicate balance of power between nations, but of human rights, social justice, and the overthrow of tyranny. He spoke of a Russia free from the oppressive weight of the autocracy, a Russia where the peasantry were not mere serfs but citizens with rights and dignity. He spoke of a future she had only glimpsed in her father's carefully worded dispatches. Their connection was immediate, a spark ignited in the smoky air of the clandestine meeting. He saw in her not merely a young woman of privilege but a kindred spirit, a soul aflame with the same passionate desire for change. Anya, in turn, found in him a depth and intensity she had never encountered before, a man who saw beyond her aristocratic title, who recognized the fire of rebellion that burned within her. Their conversations were intense, consuming, often lasting late into the night, extending beyond the bounds of the intellectual and into the realm of the deeply personal. They found solace in their shared passion for a better world, a shared yearning to break free from the constraints of their respective worlds. Their burgeoning romance, however, was not without its obstacles. The chasm between their worlds was vast. Dmitri, despite his intellectual prowess, possessed little in the way of material wealth or social standing. He was a man of ideas, not of titles and estates. Anya, on the other hand, was a member of one of Russia's most prominent aristocratic families, bound by tradition, expectations, and a legacy that stretched back centuries. Her family, especially her father, would never approve of this relationship. The clash of cultures, of class, and of ideals was stark and inevitable. The secret of their love affair, initially whispered among a small circle of friends, began to spread. Rumors reached Nikolai during one of his diplomatic postings. He received a letter from an old family friend in St. Petersburg, a letter filled with veiled warnings and hushed implications. The news hit him like a physical blow, the carefully constructed world of diplomacy crumbling around him. He knew what Dmitri represented, the threat he posed to the established order. He also knew the strength of his daughter's convictions, the unwavering fire of her rebellious spirit. Nikolai, the seasoned diplomat, found himself ill-equipped to deal with this particular crisis. The tools of his trade, the subtle maneuvers and carefully crafted alliances, were useless in the face of this passionate rebellion. He attempted to reason with Anya, to explain the dangers of her association with Dmitri, the potential consequences of defying her family and the Tsarina's regime. He spoke of social conventions, of family honor, of the catastrophic risks involved in supporting such an overtly revolutionary movement. But Anya, her heart ablaze with love and ideals, would not be swayed. Their arguments were fierce, emotionally charged clashes of wills, the quiet diplomacy of the father pitted against the passionate defiance of the daughter. He laid bare the political realities, the potential consequences of rebellion, the brutal crackdown that awaited those who dared to challenge the Tsarina's authority. He painted a vivid picture of the violence that awaited those involved in revolutionary circles, the imprisonment, the exile, even the death. He warned her of the potential betrayal by those she trusted, the inherent dangers of working against such a powerful system. He attempted to present a rational argument, but Anya's heart was not guided by reason but by passion. Her love for Dmitri was not merely a romantic infatuation. It was a deep, profound connection that transcended mere personal affection, intertwining with her political beliefs. Dmitri's revolutionary fervor fueled her own activism. She saw in him the reflection of her own ideals, the embodiment of her dreams for a reformed Russia. He represented a future that she felt she was born to fight for, and to do so, she was prepared to defy her family, her background, and any consequence that might befall her. She argued that he represented all she stood for: hope, justice, and the potential for a more equitable society. Her father's attempts to dissuade her were met with unwavering determination. The conflict within the family mirrored the wider societal tensions in Russia, a battleground between tradition and the progressive ideals of the Enlightenment. Anya's defiance represented more than just a personal rebellion, it was a microcosm of the larger struggle playing out across the nation. The passionate romance became a poignant counterpoint to the growing political unrest, highlighting the high personal cost of ideological struggle. Anya, caught between the love for her father and her commitment to her ideals, found herself at the heart of this tumultuous conflict. The serene world of diplomacy her father inhabited was shattered by the storms of revolution and love. The carefully constructed facade of aristocratic life was fractured by the revolutionary fervor burning within her heart, and in that fire, she found both love and a purpose that would redefine her life. The situation escalated, forcing Nikolai into an impossible position. He couldn't condone his daughter's actions, yet he couldn't turn a blind eye to the depth of her commitment. His diplomatic skills, honed over years of navigating international intrigue, seemed inadequate when dealing with the emotional turmoil within his own family. He tried to mediate, to negotiate a compromise, but Anya, blinded by her love and convinced of the righteousness of her cause, was unwilling to compromise. He was torn between his loyalty to his family, his duty to the Tsarina, and his growing awareness of the injustices within the Russian system, an awareness sparked by his own experiences abroad and now intensified by his daughter's radical involvement. The tension mounted, casting a long shadow over the entire family. Anya's brothers, initially shocked by her actions, found themselves drawn into the conflict. Dmitri, now a symbol of rebellion against their father's carefully constructed world, began to influence their perspectives, challenging the established order even within the walls of their own home. The family gatherings, once filled with the polite rituals of the aristocracy, became fraught with silent tension, unspoken disagreements, and passionate debates over the future of Russia and the role their family would play in its unfolding destiny. Anya's choice, seemingly a personal decision, had become a catalyst, transforming the family's dynamics, reflecting the broader social and political upheaval in the heart of Russia. The lines of loyalty and allegiance, once sharply defined, now became blurred, creating a family drama that played out against the backdrop of a nation on the cusp of revolution. The chilling news of the Decembrist revolt reached the Rostov family like a scythe through a field of wheat, severing their carefully cultivated world into fractured pieces. Nikolai, still reeling from Anya's defiant embrace of revolutionary ideals, found himself grappling with a crisis far grander, a national upheaval that threatened to engulf everything he held dear. The elegant salons of St. Petersburg, once vibrant with courtly intrigue, now echoed with whispers of arrests, executions, and the chilling omnipresence of the Tsar's secret police. The Decembrists, a group of idealistic young officers, had attempted a coup d'état, hoping to force the Tsar to grant a constitution and end serfdom. Their rebellion, though swiftly crushed, left a trail of blood and shattered dreams in its wake. The Tsar's response was brutal, a merciless crackdown that sent shivers down the spines of even the most hardened aristocrats. Exiles to Siberia became commonplace, and the gallows were erected with chilling frequency. The Rostov family, with their deep-rooted connections to the court and the military, were caught in the crosshairs. Several distant relatives, officers in the Imperial Guard, had been involved in the conspiracy. The whispers of treason spread like wildfire, staining the family name with suspicion. Nikolai, whose diplomatic career had been built on careful neutrality and unwavering loyalty to the crown, found himself walking a precarious tightrope. He had always held cautious, reformist views himself, privately lamenting the injustices of the Tsarist regime, but he had never envisioned anything as drastic as the Decembrists' armed rebellion. This open defiance, this bloody attempt at revolution, forced him to confront his own muted criticisms and to unequivocally align himself with the Tsar. The pressure on Nikolai intensified. He received clandestine visits from high-ranking officials, thinly veiled interrogations posing as friendly inquiries. They probed him for information, gauging his loyalty, searching for any hint of sympathy for the rebels. He was forced to distance himself not just from the Decembrists themselves but also from anyone remotely associated with them, a chilling exercise in political pragmatism. He carefully purged any potentially compromising correspondence, meticulously rewrote his private journals, eliminating any entry that might suggest dissent or empathy for the reformist cause. His home, once a haven of intellectual discussion and political debate, became a place of silent apprehension. Even his conversations with his wife, usually filled with lively debate, now felt muted, burdened by the shadow of potential betrayal. Anya, however, remained unmoved by the crackdown. The brutality of the Tsar's response, instead of quelling her revolutionary fervor, fueled it. She viewed the Decembrists not as failed revolutionaries, but as martyrs for a noble cause. She saw their sacrifice as a testament to the need for radical change, a violent confirmation of her own beliefs. Dmitri, ever the fiery idealist, was galvanized by the revolt. He saw in it a flawed but heroic attempt to break the chains of tyranny, and he wrote passionate articles, clandestinely printed and distributed, celebrating the rebels' bravery and calling for continued resistance. He actively sought out and supported other underground revolutionary groups, pushing them towards more radical actions. The widening chasm between Anya and her father deepened. Nikolai, haunted by the potential consequences for his family, pleaded with Anya to abandon her dangerous affiliations. He painted vivid pictures of Siberian exile, of the horrors of imprisonment, of the grim reality of life under the Tsar's iron fist. He emphasized the vulnerability of their position, the ease with which they could be implicated by association. He evoked the legacy of their family, the centuries of loyalty to the crown, the potential ruin that awaited them if they continued down this path. He spoke of the risks, the real and imminent threats to their safety and their very existence. But Anya remained steadfast, her convictions unshaken. She argued that the Decembrists had not only laid bare the corruption of the Tsarist regime but also ignited the spark of true rebellion. She countered her father's pleas with fiery speeches on the importance of social justice, the rights of the serfs, and the need to overthrow the oppressive autocracy. She saw her father's caution as cowardice, his pragmatism as a betrayal of his own principles. Their arguments were explosive, fueled by love, fear, and the growing political tide threatening to engulf them. The family dynamic shifted dramatically. Anya's brothers, previously oblivious to the political currents, were now caught in the undertow. They struggled with their loyalty to their father, their respect for the established order, and their growing admiration for their sister's courage and Dmitri's unwavering idealism. The opulent Rostov estate, once a symbol of aristocratic privilege, became a battleground of conflicting ideologies, a microcosm of the nation's struggle. The serene facade of their privileged world began to crack, revealing the deep fissures of dissent and the looming shadow of revolution. Their once harmonious family life became a stage for passionate debates, silent resentments, and unspoken anxieties. Dmitri's influence on the family only served to exacerbate these tensions. His presence at the Rostov estate, though clandestine, was palpable. He subtly challenged their aristocratic worldview, using the Decembrist revolt as a case study in the failure of cautious reform. He argued that their inaction, their quiet acceptance of the existing order, was complicity in the oppression of the peasantry. His words, though carefully spoken, sparked fires of discontent within the family. Nikolai found himself increasingly isolated. His diplomatic skills, once so effective, seemed inadequate in the face of this familial and national crisis. He navigated a minefield of conflicting loyalties, his duty to the Tsar, his love for his daughter, his concern for his family's safety, and his own, previously unspoken, awareness of the injustices within the Russian system. His world, once ordered and predictable, was now fractured by rebellion, love, and the looming shadow of a revolution that had barely begun. The Decembrist revolt, a seemingly distant event, had plunged the Rostov family into the heart of a maelstrom of political turmoil, forcing them to confront their beliefs, their loyalties, and their very identities. The age of Enlightenment, with its promise of reason and progress, had given way to an age of fear, uncertainty, and the bitter taste of revolutionary blood. The family's future, once seemingly assured, now hung precariously in the balance, hostage to the capricious winds of revolution and the unpredictable currents of history. The serene world of diplomacy and aristocratic privilege had been shattered, leaving the Rostovs adrift in a sea of uncertainty, their destinies inextricably intertwined with the fate of Russia itself. The whispers of treason continued to haunt the Rostov household, a persistent undercurrent to the hushed conversations and strained silences that had replaced their once vibrant gatherings. The arrest of Prince Volkonsky, a distant cousin and a prominent Decembrist, cast a long, chilling shadow over the family. Nikolai, despite his outward display of unwavering loyalty to the Tsar, felt a pang of sorrow, a flicker of recognition for the ideals that had driven his cousin to such a desperate act. He suppressed the feeling, burying it beneath layers of carefully constructed political expediency. The Tsar's wrath was a force to be reckoned with, and any hint of sympathy for the rebels could be catastrophic for his family. Anya, however, refused to be silenced. The news of Volkonsky's imprisonment only strengthened her resolve. She secretly corresponded with other reform-minded individuals, exchanging letters filled with coded messages and passionate appeals for change. She found solace in the company of like-minded individuals, sharing her unwavering belief in the possibility of a more just and equitable society. She devoured forbidden literature, texts that articulated the intellectual currents of the age and challenged the Tsarist regime. She viewed her father's cautious approach as a betrayal of their shared lineage, a lineage she believed had a moral obligation to fight for the oppressed. The rift between father and daughter deepened with each passing day. Their conversations, once filled with intellectual sparring and lively debates, were now marked by icy silences and accusations. Nikolai, desperately trying to protect his family from the repercussions of Anya's radicalism, pleaded with her to moderate her actions, to prioritize their safety over her ideals. He painted grim pictures of Siberian exile, of separation, of the potential loss of everything they held dear. He spoke of the long-term consequences, not merely for himself and his wife, but for his younger children who were too young to understand the political maelstrom consuming their family. Anya, however, remained unyielding. She accused her father of moral cowardice, of prioritizing his position and privilege over the suffering of the masses. She argued that their family's wealth and status were built on the backs of the peasantry, and that their inaction was tacit complicity in a system of oppression. She spoke of the injustices she had witnessed, the poverty, the cruelty, the inhumanity of the serf system. She cited her father's own private musings on the shortcomings of the Tsarist regime, accusations that stung deeply, laying bare his own internal conflicts and hypocrisies. The younger Rostov children, initially shielded from the political turmoil engulfing their family, began to grasp the growing tension. Their idyllic world, once defined by lavish balls, private tutors, and leisurely pursuits, was now overshadowed by a sense of foreboding and fear. They witnessed the strained relationships between their parents, the hushed conversations, the clandestine meetings. They observed their sister's fiery defiance and their father's weary resignation. This created a palpable tension and a confusing moral dilemma in their young hearts. Dmitri, Anya's brother, found himself caught in the crossfire. He was not as ardent a revolutionary as Anya, but he admired her unwavering commitment to her beliefs. He felt a growing sense of unease with the aristocracy's complacency, their indifference to the plight of the peasantry. He began to question the foundations of his own privileged upbringing, questioning the very system that had afforded him such comfort. He engaged in secret discussions with Anya, offering support and advice while struggling to reconcile his inherited loyalty to the Tsar with his burgeoning sympathy for the revolutionary cause. This created an internal conflict and a confusing moral dilemma that troubled him deeply. His attempts to mediate between his father and sister proved futile, further widening the already significant fissures within the family. The Rostov estate, once a symbol of aristocratic wealth and influence, became a microcosm of the nation's divisions. The opulent salons, once filled with laughter and lively conversation, were now haunted by silences and unspoken resentments. The family's servants, who had long witnessed the opulent lifestyle of the Rostovs, observed the unfolding drama with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity, silently speculating on the implications of the political upheaval for their own lives. The changes extended beyond the immediate family. The Rostov circle of friends and acquaintances, once a homogeneous group of aristocrats, began to fracture along ideological lines. Some remained loyal to the Tsar, clinging to the established order. Others, secretly sharing Anya's views, became increasingly cautious, avoiding open displays of dissent. This further isolated Nikolai, leaving him feeling increasingly alone in his attempts to navigate the treacherous political landscape. The vibrant social scene of St. Petersburg was transformed, its gatherings less about witty banter and more about carefully guarded conversations and veiled allusions. As the years passed, the divisions within the Rostov family deepened. Anya's revolutionary activities intensified, leading to further clashes with her father. Dmitri, caught between his family and his conscience, struggled to find his place in the evolving political climate. The younger children, growing into adulthood, became increasingly aware of the stark choices facing their nation and the conflicting loyalties within their own household. The once harmonious family was irrevocably split, mirroring the broader societal divisions that characterized Russia during this turbulent period. The elegant facade of the Rostov estate concealed a world of internal conflict, a reflection of the growing chasm between the aristocracy and the peasantry, a foreshadowing of the monumental changes to come. The emotional cost of the political upheaval was profound. The Rostovs, like many aristocratic families, experienced a loss of innocence, a shattering of their once secure world. Nikolai, burdened by the weight of his responsibilities, struggled with guilt and self-doubt. Anya, fiercely devoted to her ideals, suffered from isolation and loneliness. Dmitri wrestled with a profound moral dilemma. The younger children, witnessing the fracturing of their family, grappled with confusion and uncertainty. The changing social landscape of Russia was mirrored within the confines of the Rostov household. The Enlightenment ideals of reason and progress seemed distant, replaced by a pervasive sense of fear and uncertainty. The grand estate, once a symbol of aristocratic privilege, now felt like a prison, a stage for the family's internal battles. The revolution, though seemingly distant, had irrevocably changed the Rostovs, testing their bonds, challenging their beliefs, and forever altering the course of their lives. The echoes of the Decembrist revolt, far from fading, reverberated through their lives, shaping their identities and leaving an indelible mark on their family legacy. The age of enlightenment had given way to an age of profound uncertainty, where the future of Russia and the future of the Rostov family hung precariously in the balance. The seeds of revolution, planted by the Decembrists, had taken root, and their consequences were far-reaching and deeply personal, shaping not only the political landscape but the very fabric of the Rostov family. Chapter 3: The 19th Century Unfolds. The death of Tsar Alexander I in 1825, and the subsequent accession of Nicholas I, cast a long shadow over the Rostov family, a shadow that extended beyond the immediate repercussions of the Decembrist uprising. While the initial shockwaves had subsided, the undercurrent of political unease continued to ripple through their lives, subtly altering their relationships and perspectives. The elder generation, having witnessed the brutal suppression of the revolt, retreated further into cautious conformity, their youthful idealism replaced by a weary pragmatism. Nikolai, ever the pragmatist, focused on maintaining the family's position and wealth within the new, more repressive regime. He invested heavily in expanding his land holdings, consolidating his power within the local gentry, and meticulously cultivating relationships with influential figures in the Tsar's court. He subtly shifted his conversations, carefully avoiding any hint of dissent or even sympathy for the ideals of reform. His once vibrant intellectual curiosity seemed to have dimmed, replaced by a calculating shrewdness that prioritized self-preservation above all else. Anya, however, refused to be silenced by the tightening grip of autocracy. She channeled her rebellious spirit into a different arena, using her position and influence to subtly support those in need. She secretly funded clandestine literacy programs for peasant children, providing them with an education denied by the Tsarist regime. She discreetly channeled funds to struggling families, using her vast network of contacts to alleviate suffering wherever she could. While she maintained a facade of conformity to avoid attracting the attention of the authorities, her private acts of rebellion were a testament to her unwavering commitment to social justice. The arrest and subsequent Siberian exile of her cousin, Prince Volkonsky, served not as a deterrent, but as a further impetus for her quiet acts of defiance. Dmitri, torn between his loyalty to his family and his growing awareness of social injustice, found himself caught in a delicate balancing act. He pursued a career in the military, a path that seemed to satisfy his father's expectations and offer a degree of stability within the confines of the established order. However, his experiences witnessing the harsh realities of peasant life during military campaigns gradually eroded his complacency. He began to engage in private conversations with reform-minded individuals, cautiously exploring alternative viewpoints and subtly challenging the prevailing orthodoxy. He established a network of contacts that spanned both aristocratic and peasant circles, allowing him to gain a broader understanding of the social and economic disparities that riddled Russian society. This created a unique and precarious position for him within the family, a position both admired and feared by his siblings. The younger generation of Rostovs, growing up in the shadow of their parents' divergent paths, inherited a complex legacy. Their upbringing was a delicate blend of aristocratic privilege and a nascent awareness of social injustice. They witnessed their father's careful maneuvering within the court, and their sister's quiet acts of rebellion. This duality shaped their worldview, forcing them to grapple with the inherent contradictions of their upbringing and the conflicting ideals of their parents. These younger Rostovs were also exposed to the burgeoning influence of Western ideas, thanks to their access to foreign literature and the tutors employed by their family. This exposure introduced them to new concepts of democracy, liberalism, and social reform, further complicating their understanding of Russia's socio-political landscape. As the 19th century progressed, the Rostovs experienced the transformative impact of industrialization firsthand. The construction of new factories and railways brought economic development to certain regions, but also amplified existing social inequalities. The family's estates, once symbols of self-sufficient agricultural prosperity, underwent significant changes. Some were modernized using advanced agricultural techniques, reflecting Nikolai's commitment to efficient land management and profitability. Others, located in regions less touched by industrialization, struggled to maintain their traditional agrarian economy, grappling with fluctuating crop yields and the challenges of competing with more efficient, industrialized farms. These economic shifts had a direct impact on the lives of the peasantry and, consequently, the Rostovs' relationship with their serf population. The rise of new social classes brought further complexities. The emergence of a burgeoning merchant class and a growing industrial workforce challenged the traditional dominance of the aristocracy. The Rostovs, accustomed to their privileged position, were forced to adapt to this changing social dynamic. Nikolai, ever attuned to the shifting political winds, sought to navigate this new landscape by carefully cultivating relationships with influential members of the emerging merchant class. Anya, however, remained critical of this new class, perceiving their economic success as built upon the exploitation of the working class. This differing perspective created further friction within the family, underscoring the deep divisions that ran through Russian society at large. The Rostovs' experiences spanned the breadth of Russia, reflecting the immense diversity of the empire. Travels across the country exposed them to the stark contrasts between the industrialized cities and the largely agrarian countryside. They witnessed the beauty and harshness of the Russian landscape, the poverty and resilience of the peasantry, and the gradual but undeniable shift in societal norms brought about by modernization and industrialization. These experiences fostered within them a deeper understanding of the complexities of Russian society, revealing its beauty and its inherent contradictions. The family's visits to Moscow, a city undergoing its own transformation, contrasted sharply with the more traditional lifestyle of their country estates. The vibrancy and energy of Moscow, with its expanding industrial base and burgeoning commercial activity, offered a stark counterpoint to the slower pace of life in the countryside. Similarly, trips to St. Petersburg, the imperial capital, exposed them to the elegance and opulence of court life, as well as the simmering political tensions that lay beneath the surface of courtly society. These varied experiences, geographically dispersed, provided a richer understanding of the intricate tapestry of Russian society and its internal conflicts. The emancipation of the serfs in 1861 marked a pivotal moment in Russian history, one that had profound implications for the Rostov family. The abolition of serfdom dramatically altered the economic and social landscape, impacting the Rostovs' landholdings and their relationship with their former serf population. While Nikolai initially resisted the reforms, viewing them as a threat to his economic interests, he ultimately adapted, adopting new management strategies to maintain the productivity of his estates under the new conditions. Anya, however, championed the cause of the newly freed serfs, actively working to support their transition to a new economic system and advocate for their rights within the increasingly complex legal framework. This marked a profound shift in their relationship, bridging the long-standing divide that had separated them for so many years. The changing role of women in Russian society also impacted the Rostov family. Anya, a pioneering figure, represented a departure from the traditional expectations of aristocratic women. Her activities, though often carried out in secret, challenged the prevailing social norms, paving the way for a more assertive and politically engaged female presence within Russian society. The younger generation of Rostov women, inspired by Anya's example, embraced greater opportunities for education and social activism. Their participation in social reform movements and philanthropic endeavors reflected a growing awareness of the changing role of women and their growing contributions to Russian society. This shift in gender dynamics profoundly altered the family dynamics, introducing new perspectives and challenging traditional patriarchal structures. The Rostovs, therefore, became unwitting participants in a broader social revolution shaped by the political and economic shifts of the 19th century. Their family saga became a microcosm of Russia's own dramatic transformation. The 19th century, for the Rostovs, was an era of both immense change and deep internal conflict, one that would indelibly shape their destiny and their legacy for generations to come. The emancipation of the serfs in 1861, while a momentous occasion for Russia, initially sent shockwaves through the Rostov family. Nikolai, ever the pragmatist, viewed the reforms as a direct threat to his economic interests. The vast estates, meticulously managed for generations, were now subject to a new economic order, one that demanded adaptation and innovation. He initially resisted, clinging to old methods and begrudgingly accepting the changes only when forced by circumstance. His initial attempts at managing the transition were clumsy, marked by a reluctance to relinquish absolute control. He tried to maintain a semblance of the old order, attempting to negotiate favorable terms with his former serfs, often employing strategies that were viewed as exploitative by the newly liberated peasantry. This led to significant friction and misunderstandings, further complicating the already strained relationship between the landed gentry and the burgeoning peasant class. Anya, in contrast, embraced the reforms wholeheartedly. She saw the emancipation not merely as an economic shift, but as a moral imperative, a step towards a more just and equitable society. She dedicated herself to assisting the newly freed serfs, providing them with access to education, legal aid, and economic opportunities. She leveraged her extensive network of contacts, both within the aristocracy and among the rising merchant class, to facilitate their integration into the new social order. She established schools and workshops, providing vocational training and literacy programs designed to empower the peasantry and help them navigate the complexities of their new reality. Her efforts were not always met with acceptance, but her unwavering commitment remained a constant source of inspiration for the downtrodden. Her actions further solidified her image within the family as a woman of unwavering conviction and compassion, a direct counterpoint to her husband's pragmatic approach. This divergence in their approach to the post-emancipation era widened the already existing rift within the family. The younger generation, witnessing their parents' conflicting responses, found themselves caught in the crosscurrents of their opposing ideologies. Dmitri, ever the cautious mediator, sought to find common ground, realizing the need for both practical adaptation and genuine social reform. His experiences in the military, coupled with his observations of the evolving social landscape, shaped his perspective. He saw the need for both economic efficiency and social justice, and he sought to bridge the gap between these often conflicting goals. His eldest son, Dmitri Jr., however, was deeply influenced by his grandmother's fervent idealism. Dmitri Jr., born in the aftermath of emancipation, inherited a different Russia than his father or grandfather. He was raised amidst the swirling debates surrounding social reform, witnessing firsthand the struggles of the peasantry and the growing discontent within the ranks of the working class. He was exposed to Western intellectual currents through the foreign tutors employed by the family and through access to a growing body of literature that championed liberalism, socialism, and even revolutionary ideas. The intellectual ferment of Moscow and St. Petersburg became his natural habitat. He devoured books by Russian and European thinkers, absorbing the arguments of Herzen, Bakunin, and Chernyshevsky, whose writings challenged the very foundations of the Tsarist autocracy. He began to cultivate his own intellectual talents, excelling in his studies and developing a keen intellect, quick wit, and powerful writing style. He frequented the salons and intellectual circles of Moscow, engaging in animated debates with fellow students, professors, and prominent thinkers. These gatherings were vibrant and often contentious hubs of intellectual discourse. Discussions ranged from the shortcomings of the existing social and economic systems to the future of Russia, encompassing the practical challenges of social reform and the ideological struggles between liberalism and socialism. His sharp intellect and insightful arguments quickly gained him recognition, earning him a reputation as a formidable debater and a rising star in the world of intellectual discourse. He was particularly drawn to socialist and liberal thought, finding resonance with the ideas of social justice and equality. Dmitri Jr.'s writings, initially published anonymously in obscure journals, began to attract attention. His essays and articles, characterized by their passionate yet erudite prose, addressed the critical social and political issues of the day. He critiqued the inequalities that persisted despite the emancipation, exposing the ongoing exploitation of the working class and the widening gap between the rich and the poor. He argued for land redistribution, educational reforms, and the expansion of civil liberties. His writing was not merely academic, it was infused with a powerful sense of moral urgency, reflecting his deep empathy for the plight of the oppressed and his unwavering commitment to social justice. His prose was powerful, evocative, and infused with a passionate intensity that captured the hearts and minds of his readers. His work resonated with the spirit of the times, attracting both praise and criticism in equal measure. His growing fame, however, did not sit well with his more conservative family members. Nikolai, ever the pragmatist, saw his grandson's activism as a reckless disregard for the established order and a potential threat to the family's standing within the Tsarist regime. He viewed Dmitri Jr.'s intellectual pursuits with suspicion, fearing that his radical ideas would bring unwanted attention and potential repercussions upon the family. He attempted to dissuade Dmitri Jr. from his path, advising him to temper his views and focus on less controversial pursuits, highlighting the potential risks associated with his increasingly outspoken critiques of the Tsarist regime. This led to frequent clashes between grandfather and grandson, highlighting the deep ideological divide that characterized Russian society at the time. Anya, though sympathetic to her grandson's ideals, expressed concern over his methods. While she supported his commitment to social justice, she cautioned him against provoking the authorities. She feared for his safety and urged him to consider the consequences of his actions. Her approach was a reflection of the careful balancing act required of those who dared to challenge the existing order, emphasizing the need to balance idealism with caution and strategy. Her subtle interventions, intended to guide her grandson's actions, represented a nuanced understanding of the complexities of social and political reform within a repressive autocracy. Despite the conflicts and anxieties surrounding his activism, Dmitri Jr. remained steadfast in his convictions. He believed that the pen was mightier than the sword, and he utilized his literary talents to challenge the status quo. His growing influence within the intellectual circles of Moscow and St. Petersburg helped ignite further debates on social and political reform, pushing the boundaries of acceptable discourse and challenging the entrenched power structures of the Tsarist regime. He became a beacon of hope for those who yearned for a more just and equitable society, embodying the spirit of intellectual resistance against oppression, thereby reflecting the broader ideological debates that swept through 19th-century Russia. The Rostov family, unwittingly, found itself at the center of these seismic changes, forever bound to the legacy of Dmitri Jr., the intellectual grandson who dared to challenge an empire. The Emancipation Decree of 1861, while theoretically freeing millions, did little to immediately alleviate the deep-seated inequalities that had defined Russian society for centuries. On the Rostov estates, the transition was far from smooth. Nikolai, clinging to the vestiges of his absolute authority, struggled to adapt to the new realities. His initial attempts at negotiating with his former serfs were marked by a profound lack of understanding. He offered them land, but the parcels were often too small to sustain a family, the terms of payment onerous and exploitative. He saw the freed serfs not as individuals with agency, but as economic units, recalculating their value in the new system with the same cold precision he had used in managing his herds and harvests. This approach, predictably, led to widespread resentment and open defiance. The peasants, having tasted the freedom promised, were unwilling to accept the continuation of their economic servitude under a different guise. The harvest of 1862 proved a bitter confirmation of Nikolai's miscalculations. The newly freed peasants, lacking the resources and support they desperately needed, struggled to cultivate their meager plots. Many fell into debt, becoming entangled in a new form of dependence on the very landowners they had been supposedly liberated from. The old system of reciprocal obligations, however blurred by emancipation, had not simply vanished. The peasants needed credit, tools, seeds, resources that Nikolai, clinging to his old ways, was reluctant to provide freely, interpreting their requests as attempts at manipulation. The result was a cascade of disputes, legal battles, and escalating tensions that threatened to destabilize the entire estate. Rumors spread like wildfire, amplifying grievances and fostering a sense of collective resentment. Secret meetings, whispered conversations, and clandestine acts of resistance became increasingly commonplace, a silent rebellion brewing beneath the surface of daily life. Anya, witnessing her husband's failures, embarked on a different path. She approached the challenges of post-emancipation Russia not with the cold calculus of an estate manager but with the compassionate heart of a reformer. She understood that true freedom demanded more than the legal abolition of serfdom. It demanded access to education, healthcare, and economic opportunity. She established a network of support for the former serfs, leveraging her connections within the aristocracy and the burgeoning merchant class to secure funding and resources. She worked tirelessly to establish schools, teaching the peasant children basic literacy and numeracy, skills that were essential for navigating the complexities of the new economic order. She also supported the establishment of workshops, providing vocational training in crafts and trades, enabling the peasants to acquire valuable skills and gain economic independence. Anya's efforts were not always met with unqualified success. Many of the peasants, scarred by generations of oppression, were deeply suspicious of her motives. Some viewed her charitable works as a manipulative tactic designed to maintain a degree of control. Others, accustomed to a life of subsistence farming, struggled to adapt to the demands of the market economy. Anya persevered, demonstrating her unwavering commitment through unwavering patience and genuine empathy. Her actions, contrasting sharply with Nikolai's rigid conservatism, showcased a stark difference in approach to the social upheavals unfolding around them. Dmitri, caught between his parents' conflicting approaches, attempted to forge a middle ground. His military experience had instilled in him a sense of discipline and order, while his observations of the peasantry's struggles had fostered a deep sense of empathy. He recognized the need for both economic efficiency and social justice. He advocated for a more measured approach than his fathers, seeking a balance between the preservation of the estate's economic viability and the improvement of the living conditions of the former serfs. He believed that genuine progress could only be achieved through a combination of pragmatic reforms and a sincere effort to address the deep-seated inequalities that had plagued Russian society. He encouraged Nikolai to adopt more sustainable farming practices and to invest in infrastructure improvements, while also supporting Anya's efforts to provide education and vocational training for the peasants. Dmitri Jr.'s intellectual journey was profoundly shaped by the social and political ferment of the time. He witnessed the struggles of the newly emancipated serfs firsthand and absorbed the intellectual currents that swept through Russia's intellectual circles. His access to Western literature opened his eyes to new ideas about social justice, individual rights, and the potential for radical social change. He found inspiration in the works of Hazen, Chernyshevsky, and Bakunin, whose radical ideas challenged the very foundations of the Tsarist autocracy. He began to write, expressing his own growing discontent with the inequalities that persisted despite the abolition of serfdom. His writings, initially circulated among a small group of like-minded intellectuals, began to attract a wider readership, drawing both admiration and outrage. His articles were not mere academic exercises, they were passionate calls for social reform, imbued with a profound moral urgency. He eloquently articulated the suffering of the peasantry, exposing the exploitation they still faced under the guise of a free market. He called for land redistribution, access to education, and the protection of civil liberties, challenging the power structures that had long perpetuated inequality. His words ignited heated debates in intellectual circles and sparked a surge of revolutionary sentiment among the younger generation. He painted a stark picture of the vast chasm between the opulent lifestyles of the aristocracy and the abject poverty of the peasant class, a gulf that had only widened following the emancipation. He described the lives of the peasants not as anonymous figures in a historical narrative, but as vibrant individuals, each with their own unique story of struggle and resilience. He highlighted their contributions to society, portraying them not as mere laborers but as the backbone of Russia's economy and culture. His growing fame, however, came at a price. Nikolai, deeply disturbed by his grandson's radical views, tried to dissuade him from his path. He saw Dmitri Jr.'s activism as a threat to the family's social standing and stability, fearing the repercussions of association with such outspoken criticism of the regime. He urged him to moderate his language, to focus on less controversial topics, to maintain a cautious distance from the revolutionary movements gaining momentum. His warnings, however, fell on deaf ears. Dmitri Jr. was deeply committed to his ideals, and he refused to compromise his principles for the sake of social acceptance. His work became a clarion call for change, resonating deeply with those who had experienced the harsh realities of the post-emancipation era. His writing served as a powerful weapon in the ideological battle that was shaping the future of Russia. Anya, while sympathetic to her grandson's passion, also recognized the immense risks associated with his activism. She understood the nuances of the political climate and warned him of the potential consequences of his outspoken criticism. Her approach, though more cautious than Dmitri Jr.'s, was driven by a deep love and concern for her grandson's well-being, a subtle balance between supporting his ideals and protecting him from the wrath of the Tsarist regime. Her anxieties were not rooted in opposition to reform, but rather in a realistic assessment of the risks involved in such a bold challenge to the established order. The Rostov family, therefore, found itself at the epicenter of the profound social and political changes that were transforming Russia, a family divided yet undeniably bound together by the shared legacy of a nation on the cusp of profound transformation. The decade following the emancipation saw Russia teetering on the precipice of profound change. The air crackled with a palpable tension, a volatile mix of hope and fear that permeated every aspect of life, from the bustling streets of St. Petersburg to the quiet villages of the Rostov estates. The initial optimism that had accompanied the freeing of the serfs had gradually given way to a disillusionment born of unmet expectations and persistent inequalities. The promises of land and prosperity remained largely unfulfilled for many, leading to widespread discontent and a growing sense of injustice. Strikes became increasingly common, erupting in factories and mines across the country. Workers, organized in clandestine groups, demanded better wages, safer working conditions, and a greater share of the wealth they helped create. These demonstrations, often brutally suppressed by the Tsarist authorities, served as a stark reminder of the precariousness of the situation and the simmering resentment that fueled the revolutionary movement. News of these events reached the Rostov estates, carried on the whispers of traveling merchants and the anxious letters of distant relatives. Within the Rostov family, the ideological divisions mirrored the growing polarization of Russian society. Nikolai, though forced to adapt to the new realities of a partially free workforce, remained fundamentally resistant to any significant concessions. He saw the unrest as a consequence of peasant laziness and ingratitude, a betrayal of the paternalistic system that he believed had been in place for generations. His attempts to maintain control over his diminished workforce often led to further conflict, deepening the existing chasm between himself and his former serfs. He clung to the outdated notion of a hierarchical social order, struggling to reconcile the concept of freedom with the preservation of his power and privilege. Anya, in contrast, remained steadfast in her commitment to social reform. Her initial efforts, though commendable, were increasingly perceived as insufficient by the growing revolutionary elements. The small schools and workshops she established were seen as mere palliatives, failing to address the root causes of inequality. The peasants, having tasted freedom, craved more than just crumbs from the table of the aristocracy. They demanded a fundamental restructuring of the social and economic order. Anya, while unwavering in her compassion, was also increasingly frustrated by the slow pace of change and the deeply entrenched resistance to reform within the establishment. She recognized the revolutionary tide building, but felt helpless to control its direction, the current pulling her along, swept up in its momentum. Dmitri, ever the pragmatist, found himself caught between his parents' diametrically opposed views. He saw the value in his father's cautious approach, recognizing the need for stability and economic prudence, but he also recognized the limitations of such a conservative stance in the face of escalating social unrest. His heart belonged to the land, he was a landowner through and through. His understanding of agriculture, and the peasants who tilled the soil, was thorough. But he could no longer ignore the growing unrest and the legitimate grievances of the peasantry. He spent his days mediating disputes between his father and the former serfs, searching for a compromise that would maintain the integrity of the estate without further exacerbating tensions. His efforts, however, were largely unsuccessful, the gap between the two sides growing wider with each passing year. Dmitri Jr., meanwhile, had emerged as a prominent voice within the burgeoning revolutionary movement. His writings, once confined to small intellectual circles, now reached a wider audience, fueling the flames of dissent. He spoke of the Tsar's failures, the rampant corruption within the government, and the desperate need for social and economic justice. His words resonated with those who felt marginalized and oppressed, and his passionate appeals for change became increasingly radical, moving from reform to revolution in his articulation of the problems and the solutions. His pamphlets were passed from hand to hand, read and discussed in secret gatherings, transforming him into a symbol of resistance against the oppressive regime. The Tsarist authorities were paying attention. The secret police, ever vigilant, monitored his activities, gathering information on his associates and his writing. The authorities' methods were often ruthless, as they sought to suppress dissent and maintain order through intimidation and violence. Dmitri Jr. and his friends moved in a world of clandestine meetings, coded messages, an ever-present danger. The threat of arrest loomed large, but Dmitri Jr.'s conviction remained unshaken. He believed in the righteousness of his cause. He saw the revolution as inevitable. His work was a catalyst, a means to hasten its arrival. The family's social gatherings, once occasions of elegant formality, were now infused with a tension that no amount of champagne or polite conversation could mask. The quiet disagreements and subtle differences in opinion of earlier years had blossomed into full-blown ideological clashes. Arguments erupted at the dinner table, fueled by diverging views on the political situation and the future of Russia. Nikolai, entrenched in his conservative views, often clashed vehemently with Dmitri Jr., his voice rising in angry condemnation of the young man's radical ideas. Anya, torn between her love for her son and her grandson, tried to mediate, her attempts often falling on deaf ears. Dmitri, caught in the middle, struggled to maintain peace, his efforts thwarted by the widening chasm between his own moderate views and the extremes of his family members. The looming shadow of revolution hung heavy over the Rostov family, a stark reminder of the turbulent times they were living through. The family, once a symbol of aristocratic stability, was now fragmented, divided by the same social and political forces that threatened to tear apart the very fabric of Russian society. The seeds of revolution had been sown, and the Rostovs, in all their complexity and internal conflict, found themselves at the very heart of the impending storm. The question remained, would they survive the coming upheaval, and if so, what would become of them and their legacy? The future held the answers, shrouded in uncertainty, marked by the ever-present potential for both devastating loss and unforeseen transformation. The old order was crumbling, and a new Russia was struggling to be born, amidst the chaos and blood of a revolution. The year is 1881. The assassination of Tsar Alexander II sent tremors through the Rostov family, a ripple effect in the already turbulent waters of their lives. Nikolai, ever the staunch conservative, saw it as an act of barbaric savagery, a heinous crime against the very fabric of Russian society. He blamed the revolutionaries, the radicals, the agitators who, in his mind, had poisoned the minds of the populace with their seditious whispers. He tightened his grip on the estate, demanding stricter obedience from the workers, convinced that firm control was the only way to avert further chaos. His anxieties manifested in a series of increasingly draconian measures, alienating those very people he sought to control. Anya, however, viewed the assassination through a different lens. While she abhorred the violence, she understood the desperation that fueled such acts. The Tsar's reforms, she felt, had been too little, too late. The deep-seated inequalities within the Russian system remained stubbornly resistant to change, creating a fertile ground for radicalization. She saw the assassination not as the culmination of a revolutionary plot, but rather as a symptom of a far deeper malady within the heart of the nation. Her response was a renewed commitment to social reform, though she knew her efforts were merely drops in a vast and overflowing ocean of need. She intensified her efforts to educate the children of the peasants, to provide them with the tools they needed to build a better future, even as she recognized the limitations of her approach. Her actions, while born of compassion, only intensified Nikolai's distrust of her liberal tendencies. Dmitri, caught in the crossfire between his parents' entrenched beliefs, found himself increasingly isolated. He attempted to mediate, to find a common ground, but his efforts were met with stubborn resistance. He understood his father's anxieties, the fear that the revolution would consume everything he held dear. He saw the validity of his mother's compassion, the recognition of the urgent need for social justice. However, he couldn't reconcile the two. The lines between reform and revolution blurred before him, the options seemingly restricted to extremes he found repugnant. He tried to maintain a semblance of order on the estate, but the cracks were widening, threatening to shatter the fragile peace he struggled so hard to preserve. He started spending less time with his family, choosing the solitude of his study, where he could lose himself in the complexities of agricultural practices, a temporary refuge from the escalating family discord. Dmitri Jr.'s radicalization deepened in the wake of the assassination. He saw it as a turning point, a catalyst for the inevitable revolution. He knew that the Tsarist regime was unwilling to compromise, unwilling to relinquish its power. He redoubled his efforts, his writings becoming more strident, his demands more uncompromising. He was no longer advocating for reforms, he was openly calling for revolution. He spent his nights attending clandestine meetings, working alongside others who shared his vision of a new Russia, free from the shackles of autocracy. The risk of arrest loomed large, but the danger only served to solidify his determination. The underground world he inhabited was one of shadows and secrets, of coded messages and whispered conversations, a far cry from the elegant salons he once frequented. The family's once lavish gatherings became tense affairs, fraught with unspoken accusations and simmering resentments. The casual conversations were now punctuated by sharp disagreements, fueled by the explosive political climate. Nikolai would launch into tirades against Dmitri Jr., his voice filled with contempt and rage. Anya, heartbroken by the rift between her son and grandson, would attempt to soothe the discord, her efforts largely futile. Dmitri, caught in the middle, would remain silent, his face a mask of weary resignation. The Rostov family, once a pillar of aristocratic society, had become a microcosm of the larger divisions tearing Russia apart. The very air in their ancestral home was thick with unspoken resentments, a silent testament to the deep wounds inflicted by ideology. The consequences of Dmitri Jr.'s activism began to manifest themselves in tangible ways. The secret police, ever watchful, started to tighten their surveillance on him and his associates. Informants were planted within their circles, their words and actions meticulously documented. The threat of arrest hung heavy over them, the fear of imprisonment or worse a constant companion. Dmitri Jr. learned to live with the ever-present danger, his movements becoming more secretive, his communications more coded. His life was one of calculated risks, of constant vigilance, a life lived on the knife's edge. The emotional toll on the family was immeasurable. Anya, burdened by a deep sense of guilt and helplessness, found herself growing increasingly isolated. She despaired at the seemingly irreconcilable differences within her family, and the widening gap between her ideals and the harsh realities of her circumstances. She poured her energy into her philanthropic work, seeking solace in the small acts of kindness she could offer those less fortunate. Yet, the shadow of her family's fractured unity continued to haunt her. Dmitri, torn between his loyalty to his family and his commitment to his ideals, faced an agonizing dilemma. He struggled to bridge the ever-widening chasm between his father's rigid conservatism and his brother's radical views. He attempted to reason with both, seeking common ground in their shared love for the land and their desire for a better future for Russia. But his efforts were increasingly fruitless, the ideological divide proving insurmountable. The burden of mediating the family's conflict weighed heavily upon him, exacerbating the inherent tensions in his own personality. The man who once found comfort in the predictability of agricultural life now felt adrift in a sea of uncertainty and despair. Nikolai, in his stubborn refusal to acknowledge the validity of alternative viewpoints, found himself increasingly isolated, his power waning as the old order crumbled around him. He clung fiercely to his antiquated notions of social hierarchy, blinded by his fear of change and his unwillingness to confront the complexities of the revolutionary movement. The alienation he felt fueled his resentment, deepening the already significant rift within the family. The estate, once a symbol of his power and prestige, now seemed to mirror his inner turmoil, reflecting the deep divisions within him and within his family. The sacrifices made by each member of the Rostov family were profound. Dmitri Jr. sacrificed his safety, his freedom, even his relationship with his family for his beliefs. Anya sacrificed her peace of mind, her sense of security, and ultimately her hopes for familial harmony. Dmitri sacrificed his serenity and his happiness, striving for reconciliation amid unrelenting turmoil. Nikolai, however, seemed to sacrifice only his vision of the past, clinging desperately to an idealized view of a Russia that no longer existed. The cost of their individual choices reverberated through the family, creating a profound and lasting rift that threatened to forever alter their destinies. The 19th century unfolded, bringing with it a relentless tide of change that swept away the familiar and left the Rostovs reeling in its wake. The family, once unified by their shared heritage and aristocratic standing, was now fractured, its members torn apart by divergent ideologies and the relentless pressures of a nation on the brink of revolution. The future remained uncertain, the path ahead shrouded in the storm clouds gathering over Russia. The Rostovs, like the nation itself, were poised on the precipice of a profound and irrevocable transformation. Their story, a testament to the human cost of political upheaval, served as a chilling reflection of Russia's turbulent journey into the 20th century. Chapter 4, 1905, The First Crack. The biting January wind whipped across Palace Square, carrying with it the scent of snow and the chilling cries of the wounded. The air, normally thick with the hushed reverence of the imperial capital, vibrated with a raw, primal fear. It was January 22, 1905, a day that would forever be etched in the annals of Russian history as Bloody Sunday. Dmitri Jr., hidden amongst the throng of peaceful protesters, felt the ground tremble beneath his feet, not from the cold, but from the sheer weight of the approaching Cossack cavalry. He'd come seeking redress, a petition for improved working conditions, for a voice in the suffocating grip of the Tsarist regime. He'd believed, naively perhaps, in the power of peaceful protest, in the Tsar's capacity for compassion. The illusion shattered with the first volley of gunfire. The scene unfolded before him in a horrifying ballet of violence. The peaceful procession, a sea of hopeful faces, transformed into a scene of carnage. The rhythmic chanting of prayers and petitions was replaced by screams of agony, the clatter of rifle fire, and the panicked thuds of bodies collapsing in the snow. Dmitri Jr. saw fathers shielding their children, mothers cradling their dead, the faces of the fallen a horrifying tableau of innocence and brutality. He felt a cold dread seep into his bones, a sickening realization that his idealistic vision of a peaceful revolution was utterly shattered. The Tsar's promise of benevolent rule, a promise many had clung to, had been brutally repudiated. The Cossacks, their sabers flashing like wicked silver lightning, cut through the crowd with savage efficiency. The square, once a symbol of imperial power, became a macabre slaughterhouse. The snow, pristine white moments before, was rapidly stained crimson, a testament to the Tsar's callous disregard for the lives of his own people. The air was thick with the metallic tang of blood, the acrid smell of gunpowder, and the despair of a nation betrayed. Dmitri Jr., narrowly avoiding the brutal onslaught, pressed himself against the cold stone of a building, his heart pounding in his chest like a trapped bird. He saw people falling around him, some dying instantly, others writhing in agony, their pleas for mercy lost in the cacophony of violence. News of the massacre spread through St. Petersburg like wildfire. The initial shock gave way to a wave of outrage, anger, and a profound sense of betrayal. The event, far from quelling dissent, ignited a firestorm of revolutionary fervor, shattering the fragile peace that had existed before. The Tsar, perceived as a benevolent father figure by many, was now seen as a ruthless tyrant, his authority irrevocably undermined. The massacre exposed the brutality inherent in the Tsarist regime, fueling the flames of rebellion that had smoldered beneath the surface for years. The impact of Bloody Sunday rippled through the Rostov family, mirroring the larger divisions within the nation. Nikolai, ever the staunch conservative, reacted with cold indifference. He saw the protesters as agitators, as troublemakers who deserved their fate. The violence, in his eyes, was a necessary measure to maintain order and preserve the existing social hierarchy. He viewed the event as a testament to the inherent instability of the revolutionary movement and a vindication of his own conservative beliefs. The Tsar, in his mind, had acted decisively to quell a dangerous uprising, and he held no sympathy for the victims. Anya, however, was devastated. The images of the massacre haunted her, a vivid reminder of the deep-seated inequalities within Russian society. She had always championed social reform, but Bloody Sunday exposed the stark reality of the Tsar's ruthlessness and the limitations of her moderate approach. The scale of the violence profoundly shook her faith in the possibility of peaceful change. She had believed in the Tsar's potential for compassion, a notion that was now irrevocably shattered. The massacre became a turning point for Anya, hardening her resolve to fight for social justice, even if it meant embracing more radical methods. The event forced her to confront the brutal realities of the political climate and to re-evaluate her strategy for social reform. Dmitri found himself caught between the starkly opposed viewpoints of his parents. His father's callous indifference only served to further alienate him, driving him deeper into the orbit of the revolutionary movement. He had seen the brutality of Bloody Sunday firsthand, through the eyes of his brother, through the anguished accounts of those who had survived the massacre. He had always harbored misgivings about the Tsarist regime, but the massacre turned any remaining doubt into absolute conviction. His attempts to reconcile his father's unwavering conservatism with Anya's growing disillusionment became increasingly strained. Dmitri Jr., having witnessed the horror firsthand, was radicalized further. Bloody Sunday confirmed his deepest fears about the Tsar's regime, a regime that was incapable of reform, a regime that would resort to brutal violence to suppress dissent. The event fueled his revolutionary fervor and solidified his commitment to overthrowing the Tsar. He was no longer a cautious reformer, he was now a committed revolutionary, convinced that only through violent action could Russia be liberated from the grip of autocracy. The image of the Cossack sabers flashing in the snow, the screams of the dying echoing in his ears, solidified his belief in the need for violent upheaval. The Rostov estate, once a haven of tranquility, now reflected the tumultuous political climate. The usual festive gatherings were replaced by strained silences, punctuated by hushed whispers and furtive glances. The once vibrant conversations were replaced by bitter arguments, each member clinging to their own deeply entrenched beliefs. The family, a microcosm of the Russian nation, was fractured, each member grappling with the implications of Bloody Sunday, each responding to the events in a way that only exacerbated their existing rifts. The aftermath of Bloody Sunday brought a renewed wave of arrests and repression. The secret police, emboldened by the Tsar's tacit approval of the massacre, intensified their surveillance of known revolutionaries, including Dmitri Jr. The atmosphere in St. Petersburg became suffocating, filled with fear and paranoia. Every whisper, every clandestine meeting, every coded message carried the risk of betrayal and imprisonment. The city felt like a trap, a cage where freedom was an illusion, a distant memory. Anya, consumed by guilt and grief, redoubled her efforts to provide aid to the victims of the massacre. She spent her days tending to the wounded, organizing relief efforts, and providing solace to those who had lost loved ones. However, her charitable work provided little comfort. She found herself increasingly isolated, haunted by the events of Bloody Sunday, the images etched permanently into her memory. Her attempts to mend the fractured relationships within her family were met with resistance, her pleas for understanding falling on deaf ears. Dmitri, desperate to find common ground between his family members, attempted to broker peace, to reconcile the irreconcilable. He understood his father's fear, his brother's anger, and his mother's despair, yet he saw no easy path to reconciliation. His attempts to appeal to their shared love for their homeland and their mutual desire for a better future were met with stubborn resistance. Bloody Sunday had exposed the deep divisions within the family and the nation, leaving Dmitri feeling utterly powerless to bridge the widening chasm. The year 1905 proved a turning point, not just for Russia but for the Rostov family. Bloody Sunday served as a stark reminder of the brutality of the Tsarist regime and the deep-seated divisions within Russian society. The events of that day irrevocably changed the course of the family's lives, driving them further apart and laying bare the fault lines that threatened to shatter their unity forever. The future loomed uncertain, shadowed by the violence and unrest that had erupted in the heart of the empire. The echoes of the gunfire on Palace Square reverberated throughout their lives, a constant reminder of the price of revolution and the agonizing cost of political upheaval. The seeds of change had been sown, and the Rostov family, along with the rest of Russia, braced themselves for a harvest of uncertainty. The months following Bloody Sunday resembled a simmering volcano, the surface appearing calm, yet the molten rage beneath threatening to erupt at any moment. St. Petersburg, once a city of glittering palaces and elegant balls, was transformed into a pressure cooker of simmering resentment and revolutionary fervor. The Tsar's promise of reform, uttered in the aftermath of the massacre, rang hollow in the ears of a populace hardened by betrayal. The streets, once bustling with the rhythm of daily life, now echoed with the whispers of conspiracy and the clanging of factory gates slamming shut in protest. Strikes erupted across the country like wildfire. Workers, emboldened by the shared trauma of Bloody Sunday, abandoned their machines, their demands for better wages and working conditions amplified by the echoing gunshots of January 22. The textile mills of St. Petersburg fell silent, their looms still, the usual clatter replaced by an unsettling quiet, punctuated only by the murmur of discontent. The railways ground to a halt, the rhythmic chug of engines silenced, the vital arteries of the empire choked by the uprising. Even the mines, deep beneath the earth, felt the tremors of revolution, as miners emerged from the darkness, their faces grim, their voices united in a chorus of defiance. These strikes weren't isolated incidents. They were meticulously coordinated, fueled by a burgeoning network of revolutionary cells operating in the shadows. The clandestine meetings took place in dimly lit basements, hidden rooms behind dusty bookshops, and in the hushed corners of smoky taverns. These were not merely spontaneous outbursts of anger, they were carefully planned acts of defiance, orchestrated by men and women who believed in the power of collective action. Amongst them, Dmitri Jr. found his place, his idealistic visions of reform replaced by a hard-edged conviction that only through violent upheaval could the Tsar's iron grip be broken. The atmosphere was thick with fear and paranoia. The Okhrana, the Tsar's secret police, cast a long shadow over the city, their ubiquitous presence a chilling reminder of the regime's ruthlessness. Informants lurked in every corner, their whispers poisoning relationships, turning neighbor against neighbor, brother against brother. Suspicion hung heavy in the air, a suffocating blanket that stifled dissent and silenced opposition. Letters were intercepted, meetings were raided, and arrests were commonplace. The very act of expressing dissent, no matter how subtly, carried a significant risk of imprisonment, exile, or worse. The Rostov family, like many others, found themselves caught in the crosscurrents of this revolution. Nikolai, steadfast in his conservatism, viewed the unfolding events with alarm and disdain. He saw the strikes and protests as acts of anarchy, a threat to the established order that needed to be crushed with an iron fist. He believed that Tsar was acting decisively, although often brutally, to restore stability, and saw any sympathy for the revolutionaries as a betrayal of the nation. He remained convinced that the only viable path was through preserving the existing hierarchy, no matter the cost. Anya, however, found herself increasingly drawn into the revolutionary movement, her initial shock and grief giving way to a fierce determination to alleviate the suffering caused by the Tsar's brutality. She channeled her energy into providing aid to the striking workers, organizing food distribution, and offering medical assistance to the injured in clandestine clinics. This work, however, brought her into direct contact with the realities of revolutionary activity, the risks, the sacrifices, the ever-present danger of arrest. Her previous moderate approach was now a relic of a time before the massacre, a time that seemed to her a distant and almost idyllic past. Dmitri Jr., meanwhile, became fully immersed in the revolutionary underground. He participated in clandestine meetings, helped distribute pamphlets, and even engaged in acts of sabotage, his belief in the Tsar's potential for reform long since extinguished. The idealism of his youth was replaced by a hard-won understanding of the ruthlessness of the Tsarist regime and the necessity of violent revolution to achieve meaningful change. The assassination of prominent government officials became increasingly common. These acts of political violence, some carefully planned and others spontaneous acts of rage, further escalated the conflict. The whispers of conspiracy grew louder, fueled by rumors and speculation. The government responded with brutal crackdowns, the prisons overflowing with political prisoners, their cells filled with revolutionaries, students, workers, and anyone suspected of harboring even the slightest hint of dissent. These reprisals further intensified the climate of fear and repression. The Rostov family home, once a symbol of privilege and stability, now felt like a besieged fortress, surrounded by the turbulent currents of revolution. The summer of 1905 brought a brief respite, a temporary lull before the next storm. The Tsar, facing mounting pressure from within and without, granted some concessions, the creation of a Duma, a national assembly, although it proved to be merely a facade of reform. This offered a small window of hope, but it was far from sufficient to quell the growing unrest. The concessions offered by the Tsar only seemed to highlight the extent of his previous intransigence, fueling the flames of discontent rather than extinguishing them. The seeds of revolution had been sown deep, and the harvest of unrest was far from over. The Rostov family found themselves at a crossroads, each member's political allegiances solidifying in the face of continuing turmoil, further exacerbating the existing fractures within the family. Their lives, like the nation's, were irrevocably changed by the revolution. The quiet evenings spent around the family dinner table were now overshadowed by anxieties over the future, and the ever-present threat of arrest hung heavy in the air. The once harmonious family home was now a microcosm of the divided nation, its members wrestling not only with the consequences of Bloody Sunday but also with the uncertainty of a future shaped by revolution and reprisal. The summer of 1905, despite the Tsar's concessions, offered little solace to the Rostovs. The creation of the Duma, a supposedly representative assembly, felt like a mere palliative, a flimsy bandage on a gaping wound. Nikolai, ever the staunch conservative, dismissed it as a theatrical performance, a cynical ploy to appease the populace without relinquishing any real power. He saw the Duma as a weakness, a concession to the unruly mob, and viewed the growing number of moderate voices advocating for gradual reform with suspicion and contempt. His evenings were filled with the hushed anxieties of his social circle, the whispers of plots and counterplots swirling around him like autumn leaves in a bitter wind. He spent hours poring over government pronouncements and reactionary pamphlets, convinced that only a firm hand and unwavering loyalty to the Tsar could save Russia from descending into utter chaos. His unwavering belief in the existing order blinded him to the genuine grievances of the people. Anya, on the other hand, viewed the Duma with a cautious optimism, a flicker of hope in the encroaching darkness. While she recognized its inherent limitations, she saw it as a potential stepping stone, a platform from which further demands for reform could be launched. Her work with the injured and impoverished workers had broadened her understanding of the depth of their suffering. The stories she heard in the hushed secrecy of the underground clinics were seared into her memory, tales of starvation, exploitation, and brutal oppression. She couldn't reconcile these realities with the Tsar's pronouncements of benevolent rule. The gap between the pronouncements and the lived experiences of the people was a chasm that yawned ever wider, highlighting the profound disconnect between the ruling class and the masses. Her involvement in the relief efforts brought her into closer contact with the revolutionary underground, an association that grew increasingly uncomfortable for her more conservative relatives. The growing chasm between Anya and Nikolai became a source of constant friction within the Rostov household. Their once lively dinner conversations, once filled with witty banter and shared family anecdotes, were now tense affairs, punctuated by icy silences and barbed comments. Nikolai's disapproval of Anya's activities was thinly veiled, his criticism laced with thinly disguised contempt. He saw her involvement in the relief efforts as a betrayal, a tacit endorsement of the revolutionary movement. He frequently alluded to the dangers she faced, not out of genuine concern, but as a subtle reproach, a reminder of the precariousness of her actions. Anya, initially hesitant to openly defy her father, found her patience wearing thin. The stories of suffering she witnessed, the injustices she encountered, hardened her resolve. She refused to abandon her commitment to alleviating suffering, even if it meant facing her father's disapproval. Her quiet acts of rebellion were a small but significant act of defiance. Dmitri Jr.'s radicalization continued unabated. The summer's relative calm was only a brief interlude in a protracted struggle. He saw the Duma as nothing more than a tool of manipulation, a cynical attempt to pacify the masses and maintain the Tsar's autocratic rule. He was dismissive of moderate reformers, viewing their incremental approach as both naive and ineffective. He believed only a complete overthrow of the Tsarist regime would bring about meaningful change, and he remained committed to the revolutionary cause, his belief in violence increasingly solidified. His clandestine activities became more daring and frequent. He participated in underground meetings that held an air of danger, even exhilaration. The conspiratorial nature of their activities filled the void of hope left by the Tsar's broken promises. He had become a shadow figure, moving through the city's underbelly, communicating in coded language, leaving a trail of pamphlets and revolutionary propaganda in his wake. The ever-present threat of arrest, a constant companion, added a certain thrill, fueling the adrenaline of his activities. This dangerous game pushed him further from his family and closer to the fringes of society. The internal conflict within the Rostov family mirrored the larger divisions tearing apart Russian society. The once harmonious family dynamic fractured along political fault lines, reflecting the broader polarization of the nation. The dinner table, once a symbol of unity and familial connection, was now a battlefield of conflicting ideologies, where heated debates erupted, often ending in abrupt silences and lingering resentments. Even seemingly trivial matters, the choice of newspaper, the opinions voiced at social gatherings, the letters received from distant relatives, became fraught with political significance. The subtle digs, the pointed remarks, the strained silences spoke volumes about the gulf that had opened up between them. The atmosphere in the family home, once characterized by ease and grace, was now thick with an almost palpable tension. The revolution's impact extended beyond political allegiances. The Rostovs' opulent lifestyle, once a symbol of their elevated social standing, became a source of growing unease. The stark contrast between their privileged existence and the hardships of the working class intensified the family's internal tensions. Anya, confronted daily with the poverty and desperation she witnessed during her aid efforts, became increasingly uncomfortable with the extravagance of their lifestyle. She found herself questioning the morality of their wealth, the implications of their opulent living in the face of such widespread suffering. Her efforts to reconcile this dissonance were a constant struggle, the weight of the social disparity pressing down on her. The glittering balls and lavish dinners once cherished became tainted, reminders of a system she felt increasingly ambivalent about. She was increasingly conflicted, torn between her loyalty to her family and her growing empathy for the plight of the working class. Nikolai, clinging to the traditional values of his class, viewed Anya's discomfort as a form of betrayal. He saw her questioning of their lifestyle as an attack on the very foundations of their society. He remained steadfast in his belief that maintaining the existing order was paramount, even if it meant accepting the inequalities that it engendered. His perspective was shaped by his fear of change and loss, his worldview firmly rooted in a tradition where privilege and wealth dictated social order. He was unable or unwilling to consider the possibility that the system he defended so fiercely was also a system that perpetuated injustice. Dmitri Jr., hardened by his experiences in the revolutionary underground, saw the family's wealth as a symbol of the oppressive system he sought to overthrow. He viewed his family's privilege as a direct consequence of the exploitation of the working class. He felt increasingly alienated from his siblings and parents. The chasm of ideology that separated him from the rest of his family seemed insurmountable. He saw the family's wealth as an unjust accumulation of the fruits of labor taken from the impoverished masses, further inflaming his revolutionary convictions. He was acutely aware that his participation in the revolutionary movement posed a severe threat to his family's social standing and their way of life. This didn't deter him, it intensified his determination. The family's privileged position became a symbol of the very system he sought to destroy. The once unifying force of family loyalty now appeared frayed and weakened, struggling against the powerful current of political conflict. The Rostovs' internal battles became a microcosm of the larger societal struggles that were consuming Russia. The summer of 1905, despite its relative calm, proved to be a harbinger of deeper divisions within the family and a foreshadowing of the turbulent times to come. The seemingly insurmountable differences between them created an atmosphere of tension that hung like a suffocating blanket, making even the most mundane family interactions a struggle. Their future, like that of Russia itself, seemed uncertain and deeply troubled. The seeds of discord, planted in the blood-soaked soil of Bloody Sunday, had taken root and were now bearing bitter fruit. The Rostov family, once a symbol of strength and unity, was now fractured and vulnerable, mirroring the nation they called their own. The arrest of Dmitri Jr. came swiftly and without warning, a brutal interruption to the fragile normalcy they'd attempted to maintain. One evening, as Anya was preparing for a clandestine meeting with a group distributing aid to striking textile workers, a knock echoed through the Rostov household, sharper and more insistent than usual. It wasn't the familiar rhythm of a trusted servant, this knock held a chilling finality. When Nikolai opened the door, two figures in dark uniforms stood silhouetted against the fading light, their faces obscured by the shadows of their peaked caps. They spoke in hushed, official tones, their words carrying the weight of authority, the inescapable certainty of arrest. Dmitri was accused of sedition, conspiracy, and possession of illegal revolutionary materials, charges that carried a life sentence or worse. The news hit Anya like a physical blow. The carefully constructed facade of calm she'd maintained crumbled, leaving her feeling exposed and vulnerable. She had always known the inherent risks involved in Dmitri's activities, the constant threat of arrest hanging over him like a guillotine blade, but the reality of his capture was far more devastating than she could have ever imagined. The carefully crafted rebellion within her own heart now felt insignificant, a powerless tremor in the face of the earth-shattering consequences. She collapsed into a chair, the vibrant hues of the room blurring into a vortex of despair, the sound of Nikolai's strangled gasp echoing in her ears. He, for all his outward displays of disapproval, seemed as stunned as she was, his staunch conservatism momentarily eclipsed by the raw, visceral shock of the situation. Their father, usually so composed, was visibly shaken, his usually rigid posture slumped, his normally crisp voice reduced to a hoarse whisper. The ensuing days were a blur of anxious activity. Anya, propelled by a mixture of fear and fierce determination, threw herself into the effort to secure Dmitri's release. She used every connection she had, tapping into the network she had carefully cultivated, her fingers tracing the delicate threads of her underground contacts. She navigated the murky world of lawyers, informers, and corrupt officials, the desperation fueling her relentless pursuit of justice. She moved through the city's underbelly with a newfound courage, the veiled threat of reprisal hanging heavy in the air, the weight of her brother's fate bearing down on her. She found herself relying on the very people her father despised, those on the fringes of society, those who were considered enemies of the state. In the process, she discovered a strength she never knew she possessed. Meanwhile, Nikolai, despite his initial shock, reverted to his accustomed demeanor. He sought solace in the familiar comfort of the established order, spending long hours poring over legal documents and official pronouncements, his belief in the Tsar's justice as unshakable as ever. He remained convinced that Dmitri's actions were reckless and ill-advised, a betrayal of both family and country. He engaged high-priced lawyers, experts in navigating the intricacies of the Tsarist legal system, men who understood the subtle nuances of influence and power. He saw his son's actions not as political rebellion but as an act of defiance against his authority, a personal affront that he was determined to resolve within the confines of the existing system. His approach was cold, calculated, a stark contrast to Anya's frantic, emotional pleas. He believed that only by adhering to the established rules could he save his son, and he would not stray from that belief, even if it meant exacerbating the growing division between himself and Anya. The family's opulent home, once a symbol of their social standing, now felt like a gilded cage. The lavish parties and social gatherings, once sources of pride, were now reminders of the privileges they enjoyed while their son languished in a damp, overcrowded prison cell. The elegant furnishings, the gleaming silverware, the priceless artwork, all these symbols of wealth seemed to mock their plight, highlighting the disparity between their privileged world and the harsh realities faced by Dmitri. The silence in the house was thick and oppressive, punctuated only by the ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall and the occasional, subdued sob from Anya's room. Their differences, once concealed by polite conversation and social niceties, now hung like a palpable tension, each strained silence a testament to the depth of their rift. The trial was a grueling affair, a public spectacle that served to reinforce the Tsarist regime's authority. Dmitri, defiant to the end, refused to recant his beliefs or compromise his principles. He spoke with the unwavering conviction of a true believer, his words resonating with the anger and frustration of the oppressed. His testimony exposed the brutality and injustice of the Tsarist regime, painting a stark picture of exploitation, poverty, and oppression that shocked even some of the most hardened members of the court. Anya, observing from the gallery, watched her brother with a mixture of pride and terror, his unwavering belief in his cause both inspiring and terrifying. Nikolai, meanwhile, sat rigid and impassive, his face a mask of controlled emotion. He watched with a mixture of anger and disappointment, his unwavering belief in the Tsar and his legal system under severe strain. He struggled with the conflict between his paternal love for Dmitri and his loyalty to the Tsar. He found himself caught between two opposing forces, and the strain was evident in the set of his jaw and the tightened lines around his eyes. He found himself increasingly isolated, his position compromised by the blatant exposure of the regime's injustice. He clung to the hope that Dmitri's sentence would be lenient, a reflection of his influential connections within the ruling class. Yet he felt the fear creeping in that Dmitri's condemnation was a condemnation of his own belief system. The verdict was harsh. Dmitri received a lengthy prison sentence, his revolutionary fervor deemed a threat to the established order. The sentence was a symbolic blow to the revolutionary movement, a stark reminder of the price of dissent. For the Rostovs, it was a devastating loss, a wound that would never fully heal. The once unbreakable bond of family loyalty was fractured, leaving behind a legacy of pain, resentment, and unspoken accusations. Anya, bearing the weight of her brother's imprisonment, emerged from this ordeal hardened by her experiences. She realized that her small, quiet acts of rebellion were insufficient, her commitment to alleviating suffering required something more. She continued her work, spurred by a stronger belief in the power of collective action. She understood that the price of rebellion was high, but the cost of inaction was far greater. The family home, once a haven of privilege and security, was forever altered, its halls haunted by the ghost of Dmitri's incarceration. The future remained uncertain, burdened by the weight of the past, yet the Rostovs, irrevocably changed, would continue to grapple with the aftermath of the revolution and the indelible mark it had left on their lives. The cost of rebellion had been steep, and the lingering questions about the nature of justice, loyalty, and family remained unanswered, weaving a tapestry of bitter lessons learned and lasting wounds that time alone could slowly begin to mend. The winter of 1905 settled over St. Petersburg like a shroud, heavy with snow and the unspoken anxieties of a nation teetering on the precipice of change. The Rostov mansion, usually a beacon of warmth and opulence, felt colder than ever. The ornate chandeliers cast long, skeletal shadows, emphasizing the emptiness that had settled in the hearts of its inhabitants. The rhythmic tick-tock of the grandfather clock in the hall, once a comforting presence, now served as a relentless reminder of the passage of time, each second a testament to Dmitri's continued imprisonment. Anya, her face etched with fatigue and worry, paced restlessly through the vast drawing room. The vibrant colors of the silk upholstery, the shimmering gleam of the crystal glasses, all the symbols of their privileged existence now felt grotesque, a mockery of the hardship endured by her brother. She had tried, tirelessly, to maintain hope, to cling to the belief that Dmitri would be released, that justice would prevail. But the harsh reality of the Tsarist regime, its indifference to the suffering of its people, had chipped away at her optimism. The revolutionaries, once a distant echo, were now a tangible force, their voices resonating through the city's underbelly, a constant reminder of the struggle that lay ahead. She had become intimately acquainted with the raw, unvarnished truth of poverty and oppression, a truth she could no longer ignore. Her father, Count Rostov, remained a man divided. His initial shock had given way to a quiet, simmering anger. The lavish legal battles, the tireless efforts of his expensive lawyers, had yielded little more than a fleeting sense of control. He had hoped that his connections, his influence within the established order, would secure Dmitri's release or at least a lenient sentence. Instead, he found himself confronted with the harsh reality of a system unwilling to compromise, a regime increasingly desperate to maintain its grip on power. He found himself walking a tightrope, navigating the treacherous terrain between his love for his son and his unshakable belief in the Tsar's authority. His nights were haunted by nightmares of revolution, of a Russia consumed by chaos, a Russia where his carefully constructed world, his status, his very identity could be swept away in an instant. He sought solace in the familiar rhythm of his daily routine, in the meticulous organization of his vast estate, yet even this refuge felt insufficient to combat the growing sense of unease. Nikolai, the ever-practical son, remained staunchly loyal to the Tsar and the established order. He saw his brother's actions not as political rebellion but as an act of youthful folly, a dangerous distraction from the important work of preserving the existing order. He could not understand Anya's unwavering support of the revolutionaries, her willingness to align herself with those the Tsarist regime deemed enemies of the state. Their disagreements were frequent and fierce, often erupting into bitter arguments that echoed through the silent corridors of the Rostov mansion. The gulf between them grew wider with each passing day, a chasm that threatened to irrevocably shatter their family unity. The once comfortable family dynamic had been replaced by tension, suspicion, and an unspoken sense of betrayal. The city itself seemed to reflect the family's internal turmoil. The opulent facades of St. Petersburg masked a simmering discontent, a growing sense of unease among the population. The whispers of revolution, once muffled and indistinct, were now growing louder, more insistent, echoing through the city's grand boulevards and its grimy back alleys. Anya found herself drawn to these whispers, her heart resonating with the hopes and fears of the impoverished masses. She saw the faces of the striking workers, the weary mothers struggling to feed their children, and she understood the desperation that fueled their unrest. The events of Bloody Sunday lingered in the collective memory, a stark reminder of the brutality of the Tsarist regime and the fragility of peace. The uncertainty extended beyond the walls of the Rostov mansion, extending its reach into the very fabric of Russian society. The future of the country remained uncertain, a precarious balance between order and chaos, hope and despair. Would the Tsarist regime weather the storm, or would revolution engulf the nation? The question loomed large over the Rostovs, shaping their lives and their decisions, casting a long shadow over their hopes and their fears. The opulent ballroom, once the stage for glittering social gatherings, now stood silent, its polished floors reflecting the uncertain future that stretched before them. Even the Rostovs' substantial wealth, their social standing, seemed to offer little protection against the looming tempest. The once unwavering faith of Count Rostov in the Tsar's authority began to waver. The stark reality of Dmitri's imprisonment, the injustice of his trial, had chipped away at his steadfast loyalty. He found himself increasingly isolated, his once influential connections proving surprisingly ineffective in the face of the Tsarist regime's crackdown. He grappled with the guilt of his inaction, his inability to protect his son, the gnawing realization that his unwavering support of the Tsar had indirectly contributed to his son's suffering. His belief in the stability of the system, his faith in the established order, had crumbled, leaving him feeling adrift in a sea of uncertainty. He sought solace in his books, in the pages of history, attempting to find answers in the past, hoping to decipher the path to the future. Anya, emboldened by her experiences, refused to yield to despair. She continued her clandestine work, supporting the underground revolutionary movements, offering solace and assistance to those who suffered under the Tsarist regime. She felt a surge of anger, not just for her brother's imprisonment, but for the injustices she had witnessed firsthand. The quiet acts of rebellion that had once characterized her activism were replaced by a more organized and focused approach. She recognized the need for collective action, the importance of solidarity in the face of oppression. The lines between her personal struggle and the wider political upheaval became increasingly blurred, inseparable. Her fight became a fight for a better future for Russia, a fight for justice, a fight for her brother's freedom. The final months of 1905 were filled with a palpable sense of anticipation, the air thick with unspoken expectations. Would the revolutionary movement gain momentum, or would the Tsarist regime manage to suppress the growing dissent? The Rostov family, deeply divided, yet bound by the invisible threads of kinship, awaited the answer with a mixture of dread and hope, their future inextricably linked to the fate of Russia itself. The opulent furnishings, the priceless art collection, seemed to mock their precarious situation, highlighting the stark contrast between their privileged lives and the harsh realities faced by the majority of the Russian population. The uncertainty of the future hung heavy in the air, a cold, suffocating blanket that mirrored the harsh winter outside their windows. The future, for the Rostovs and for Russia, remained uncertain, a chilling unknown waiting to unfold. The crack in the Tsarist regime's facade was widening, and the Rostov family, caught in the crossfire, braced themselves for the inevitable tremors to come. Chapter 5: The Storm Breaks. The telegram arrived on a blustery March day, the thin paper fluttering in Anya's trembling hand. The stark black ink announced Nikolai's deployment to the Eastern Front. The news, while not unexpected given the escalating tensions with Germany and Austria-Hungary, landed like a physical blow. The opulent Rostov mansion, already shadowed by Dmitri's imprisonment, now felt even more desolate, the weight of war settling upon it like a suffocating blanket. Nikolai, ever the pragmatist, had initially welcomed the war. He viewed it as a necessary conflict, a defense of the motherland against encroaching enemies. His patriotism, a staunch loyalty to the Tsar and the established order, had blinded him to the underlying problems that plagued Russia. He saw the war as an opportunity to prove his worth, to serve his country with unwavering dedication, a chance to rise above the family's internal strife and demonstrate his unwavering loyalty. His letters home, initially filled with a naive enthusiasm, spoke of camaraderie, of bravery, and of the thrill of battle. He wrote of glorious charges, of heroic acts, of unwavering faith in the Tsar's ultimate victory. He painted a romanticized picture of war, a stark contrast to the grim realities faced by the soldiers on the front lines. But the romanticism faded quickly. His subsequent letters, penned under the shadow of relentless shelling and amidst the stench of death, revealed a different reality. The carefully constructed facade of patriotism began to crumble, replaced by a growing disillusionment with the incompetence of the Tsarist army, the staggering losses, the widespread suffering. The glorious charges were replaced by accounts of horrific trench warfare, of unimaginable brutality, of the constant threat of death. His descriptions of the battlefield became increasingly stark, devoid of the earlier bravado, replaced by a raw, visceral account of the suffering he witnessed. The sheer scale of death and destruction chipped away at his unwavering faith, and the once confident soldier started to question the very purpose of the war. Back in St. Petersburg, the war's impact was equally devastating, though far removed from the bloodshed of the front lines. The city, once a symbol of imperial grandeur, began to show the strain of prolonged conflict. Food shortages became increasingly common, the once plentiful supplies dwindling under the strain of wartime demands. The opulent shops, once overflowing with luxury goods, began to empty, replaced by lines of desperate citizens searching for meager rations. Anya, always keenly aware of the suffering of the poor, found herself thrust into a world of increasing hardship. Her charitable works intensified, but even her considerable resources felt insufficient to combat the widespread suffering. She witnessed firsthand the deepening poverty, the escalating despair, and the simmering anger that threatened to boil over. Count Rostov, already grappling with the aftermath of Dmitri's imprisonment, found himself further burdened by the war. His considerable wealth, once a source of security, seemed increasingly fragile in the face of wartime inflation and economic uncertainty. His investment suffered, and his once comfortable lifestyle began to show signs of strain. The lavish social gatherings that had once characterized his life were replaced by quiet evenings spent poring over financial statements, his face etched with worry and frustration. His unwavering loyalty to the Tsar, once a pillar of his identity, began to waver, replaced by a growing sense of disillusionment and despair. He observed the blatant corruption within the Tsarist government, the mismanagement of the war effort, and the callous disregard for the suffering of the common people. The meticulously constructed world he had built for his family was crumbling around him, and he felt powerless to stop it. The absence of Nikolai added to the family's burden. The once fierce arguments between Anya and Nikolai were replaced by a gnawing anxiety, a deep-seated fear for his safety. Anya, her heart heavy with worry, poured her energy into supporting the war effort, yet her belief in the Tsarist cause had significantly diminished. She saw the war as a symptom of a far deeper malaise, a manifestation of the corrupt and unjust system that had imprisoned her brother. She found solace and inspiration amongst the growing movement for change. The war only fueled the flames of revolution, strengthening her resolve to bring about a more just and equitable society. She witnessed the unwavering resilience of the Russian people in the face of hardship and found renewed hope in their collective strength. Her efforts to provide assistance were not limited to the poor, but increasingly extended to soldiers returning home, wounded and disillusioned, their faith in the Tsar and his regime completely shattered. The war brought unexpected allies. She found herself collaborating with people from all walks of life, united by a common desire for change. The lines between class and social standing blurred as the shared experience of hardship and loss fostered a sense of unity and purpose. These alliances forged amidst the crucible of war provided Anya with a newfound sense of purpose. She began to see a future beyond the Rostov mansion, a future where the injustices she had witnessed would be righted, a future where her brother's sacrifice would not be in vain. The letters from Nikolai continued, but the tone shifted dramatically. The initial enthusiasm gave way to a profound weariness, a stark honesty about the war's horrors. He described the senseless slaughter, the agonizing pain, the constant fear, and the growing desperation among the soldiers. His once unshakable faith in the Tsar had been replaced by a disillusionment, a chilling realization that the war was being fought for a cause far removed from the protection of the motherland. He wrote of rampant corruption within the army, of incompetent leadership, and of the vast disparity between the soldiers' experiences and the rosy picture painted by the Tsarist propaganda. His letters became a testament to the human cost of war, a visceral depiction of the suffering endured by ordinary soldiers. The war's relentless march towards winter brought with it a new wave of devastation. The harsh conditions of the Eastern Front ravaged the Russian army. The soldiers' dwindling supplies, coupled with freezing temperatures and disease, created a devastating environment where survival was a constant struggle. Nikolai's letters revealed the grim realities of this struggle for survival, the brutal conditions, and the constant battle against hunger and disease. His descriptions provided a grim picture of the failing Tsarist regime, its inability to provide for its soldiers, and the desperation among those who were left to fight under such horrific circumstances. His descriptions were bleak, devoid of hope, reflecting the despair gripping the hearts of many soldiers and the growing disillusionment with the war effort. The war's impact extended beyond the physical. It shattered illusions and eroded beliefs, and the Rostov family was not immune. The once strong foundations of their family were severely tested by the hardships and losses that the war brought. The family was fractured, physically separated, and emotionally distant. Anya's revolutionary fervor intensified, fueled by her experiences with suffering and loss. Her father's wavering faith in the Tsar reached a critical point. The once unbreakable bonds of tradition and loyalty were breaking under the weight of loss and disillusionment, leaving them on the precipice of a profound change. The war's end, when it finally did come, did not bring peace or resolution but the bitter taste of defeat and the chilling realization that the revolution was inevitable. The storm had broken, and Russia, and the Rostovs, would never be the same. The biting wind whipped through the streets of Petrograd, carrying with it the scent of wood smoke and the gnawing emptiness of hunger. The opulent mansions that lined the Nevsky Prospect, once symbols of imperial extravagance, now wore a thin veneer of their former glory. The war, a relentless beast, had devoured the city's opulence, leaving in its wake a landscape of deprivation and despair. Anya Rostova, her face etched with worry, observed the scene from the window of her family's mansion, the once vibrant cityscape now subdued under a pall of grey. The bread lines, once a rare sight, had become a ubiquitous feature of Petrograd life. They snaked around corners, stretching for blocks, a testament to the city's dwindling food supply. Anya had witnessed their slow, inexorable growth. Initially, they were small, insignificant queues, easily dismissed as a temporary inconvenience. But as the war dragged on, they swelled, morphing into monstrous serpents that consumed the city's dwindling resources. The lines were composed of a tapestry of faces, weary mothers clutching their children, their eyes hollowed by hunger, aged men, their backs stooped by years of toil, their faces etched with resignation, young girls, their youthful vibrancy replaced by an unsettling gauntness. The faces held a silent narrative of desperation, of a populace pushed to its breaking point. The bread itself, when it could be obtained, was often coarse, tasteless, and meager. The once plentiful loaves, soft and fragrant, were a distant memory. Now, the bread was a symbol of scarcity, a meager offering, barely enough to sustain life. Anya had seen the desperate measures taken by those unable to secure even this meager sustenance. She witnessed the furtive glances, the hushed bargains, the desperate trades, all in the desperate pursuit of nourishment. The opulent kitchens of the Rostov mansion, once bustling with activity, now felt strangely quiet, the abundance of the past a stark contrast to the city's pervasive hunger. The family's abundant supply of food felt like a cruel mockery of the widespread suffering outside their walls. The economic hardship extended beyond the simple lack of food. The war had crippled the Russian economy, causing prices to soar while wages stagnated. The opulent shops that once overflowed with silks, furs, and jewels were now mostly empty, their shelves stripped bare, replaced by the haunted eyes of those desperately searching for any affordable sustenance. The Rostovs, despite their wealth, were not immune to the economic fallout. Count Rostov, once a pillar of financial stability, found his investments dwindling, his wealth eroded by inflation and the uncertainty of the war. He spent long, anxious hours poring over financial statements, his usually composed face creased with worry, his once bright eyes clouded with a deep-seated anxiety. The family's once comfortable lifestyle was slowly dissolving, and the veneer of opulence began to crack, revealing the undercurrent of desperation that was slowly consuming the entire city. The war, Anya realized, had exposed the deep inequalities that had long festered beneath the surface of Russian society. The chasm between the wealthy elite and the impoverished masses had grown wider, and the suffering of the common people had become a stark reminder of the system's profound injustices. The war, she saw, was not merely a military conflict, it was a catalyst, unleashing the simmering discontent and driving a wedge between the ruling class and the populace. The cries of hunger became a clarion call, an unspoken challenge to the existing power structures. The whispers of revolution grew louder, carried on the wind, seeping into the hushed conversations in the darkened streets. Anya found herself increasingly drawn to the revolutionary movement, finding solace and inspiration in the unwavering resilience of the people. The war had brought a new sense of unity, a shared experience of suffering that transcended class and social boundaries. She witnessed the powerful surge of collective strength, the ability of the people to find strength and purpose in their shared struggle. This newfound solidarity was a powerful force, a force capable of overthrowing even the seemingly invincible Tsarist regime. The suffering was not just economic, it was emotional and psychological as well. The constant fear, the pervasive uncertainty, the grinding poverty had eroded the spirits of the people. Anya observed the growing despair, the simmering resentment, the palpable anger that was building, threatening to erupt in a torrent of fury. She saw it in the faces of the people, in the hushed conversations, in the increasingly defiant glances thrown at the soldiers patrolling the streets. The war had stripped away the illusion of stability, revealing a society teetering on the brink of collapse. The revolution, Anya knew, wasn't just a political event, it was an emotional eruption, born from years of repression, injustice, and suffering. It was the outpouring of a nation's collective pain, a desperate cry for change, a demand for a future where bread was plentiful, where justice prevailed, and where the suffering of the people would finally be acknowledged and addressed. The revolution, in its nascent stages, was a fight for survival, a fight for the very soul of Russia. Within the Rostov mansion, the family's internal struggles mirrored the upheaval of the nation. The Count, his financial anxieties growing, found his once unshakable faith in the Tsar waning. He witnessed the incompetence, the corruption, and the callous indifference of the Tsarist regime. He saw the suffering of the people not as an aberration, but as a direct result of the system's inherent flaws. His unwavering loyalty, once a cornerstone of his identity, began to crumble, replaced by a growing sense of disillusionment and despair. Anya's revolutionary fervor intensified with each passing day. She found herself increasingly alienated from the life of luxury that had once defined her existence. The opulence felt like a cruel irony, a stark contrast to the harsh realities faced by the people outside her walls. Her charity work intensified, but it felt like a drop in a constantly overflowing bucket. She saw the immense scale of suffering, and the inadequacy of her efforts. Her work extended beyond simple food relief. She provided medical aid, advocated for the rights of the oppressed, and used her influence to bring about small but significant changes in the lives of those around her. Her actions became more than just acts of charity, they were acts of rebellion, quiet acts of defiance against the prevailing injustices. The letters from Nikolai continued to arrive, each one a poignant testament to the war's devastating impact. He wrote of the growing disillusionment among the troops, the widespread hunger, the rampant disease, and the utter lack of supplies. His words painted a bleak picture of incompetence and corruption, a stark contrast to the rosy pronouncements of the Tsarist propaganda machine. His once unwavering patriotism had been replaced by a chilling understanding of the war's true nature, a war fought not for the defense of the motherland, but for the preservation of a corrupt and failing regime. The winter descended upon Petrograd with an icy grip, intensifying the suffering and deepening the sense of despair. The cold wind howled through the city, penetrating the thin walls of the poor and creating a frigid hell within their homes. The fuel shortages added another layer to the suffering, creating a pervasive chill that permeated every aspect of life. The hunger gnawed at the stomachs of the people, making sleep a fleeting respite, offering no solace from the gnawing emptiness. The war, the economic hardship, and the brutal winter were a deadly combination, pushing the city to its limits. The revolution, once a murmur, was now a roar, echoing through the streets, carrying with it the collective anger and despair of a people pushed to the precipice. The storm had indeed broken, and Anya knew, with a chilling certainty, that the world would never be the same. The crackle of gunfire shattered the pre-dawn stillness. Anya, jolted awake, scrambled to the window, her heart hammering against her ribs. The usually bustling Nevsky Prospect was eerily deserted, save for the shadowy figures darting between buildings, the staccato bursts of gunfire echoing through the icy air. The revolution, once a whispered threat, had exploded into a full-blown maelstrom. From her vantage point, she witnessed the unfolding chaos. Groups of soldiers, their uniforms ragged and their faces etched with weariness and disillusionment, clashed with bands of rioting civilians. The air was thick with the smell of cordite and fear, a suffocating blend of violence and desperation. The elegant facades of the grand mansions, once symbols of imperial power, were now scarred with bullet holes, their windows shattered, their grandeur replaced by a raw, brutal reality. The sounds of the uprising, the roar of the crowds, the shattering of glass, the metallic clang of weapons, reverberated through the Rostov mansion, shaking its foundations. The family, huddled together in the dimly lit drawing room, were paralyzed by fear and uncertainty. Count Rostov, his face ashen, clutched a worn copy of the Orthodox prayer book, his usually iron grip now trembling. His wife, Countess Irina, her composure fractured, wept silently, her hands clasped tightly to her chest. Anya, however, felt a strange mixture of terror and exhilaration. This was the culmination of months of simmering unrest, a violent eruption of pent-up frustration and desperation. She had witnessed the growing discontent, the burgeoning revolutionary sentiment, and now, it had manifested itself in a breathtaking display of popular power. The revolution wasn't a carefully orchestrated coup, it was a spontaneous outburst, a chaotic eruption of popular will. It started with the women, the wives and daughters of the workers, their hunger driving them to the streets. They marched, they demanded bread, they demanded an end to the war. Their voices, initially weak and hesitant, swelled into a powerful chorus, a cry that shook the very foundations of the Tsarist regime. The soldiers, many of them exhausted and disillusioned, initially resisted, but faced with the sheer force of the popular uprising, their resolve crumbled. They began to defect, joining the ranks of the revolutionaries, their rifles now turned against their former commanders. The city descended into anarchy. Looting became rampant, the opulent shops and mansions ransacked, their treasures plundered. The streets, once a stage for elegant carriages and smartly dressed officers, were now choked with rioters, their faces a mask of fury and desperation. The once powerful Tsarist police force, overwhelmed and demoralized, offered little resistance, their authority crumbling before the sheer force of the popular uprising. The Rostovs, trapped within their mansion, watched as the revolution consumed the city. Their once impenetrable walls offered little protection from the chaos that raged outside. The sounds of violence, the cries of the rioters, the distant rumble of artillery, created a cacophony of terror that permeated their every waking moment. Their world, once defined by privilege and opulence, was crumbling around them. The carefully constructed facade of their lives, the veneer of their wealth and social standing had been ripped away, revealing the vulnerability that lay beneath. Days bled into nights, each moment filled with a palpable sense of dread and uncertainty. Food supplies dwindled, the once abundant larders now almost empty. The servants, fearful and uncertain, began to desert, leaving the Rostovs to fend for themselves. The family's gilded cage had become a prison, trapping them in a world where their privileges offered little protection against the anarchy that engulfed the city. The news of the Tsar's abdication arrived like a thunderclap, confirming the irreversible shift in power. The news was met with a mixture of shock, relief, and apprehension. The fall of the Tsarist regime marked the end of an era, the dismantling of a centuries-old dynasty. However, it also ushered in an era of uncertainty, a period of profound political and social upheaval. The revolution, while liberating, had also unleashed chaos and violence, plunging Russia into a state of profound instability. The Rostovs, like many others, found themselves adrift in a sea of uncertainty. Their wealth, once a source of security and power, offered little protection against the unpredictable currents of the revolution. Their grand estate, once a symbol of their status, became a target, its opulent furnishings vulnerable to the whims of the rioters. The family's survival depended on their ability to adapt to the rapidly shifting political landscape, to navigate the treacherous waters of a revolution that threatened to consume everything in its path. Anya, witnessing the disintegration of the old order, felt a mixture of fear and exhilaration. The revolution had unleashed forces that were both terrifying and liberating. It had exposed the deep inequalities that had long plagued Russian society, highlighting the vast chasm between the wealthy elite and the impoverished masses. It had also unleashed a wave of popular energy, a surge of collective power that had overthrown one of Europe's most powerful empires. The revolution's impact extended beyond the political realm. It shattered the social fabric of Russia, disrupting established hierarchies and social norms. The old class distinctions, once rigid and immutable, began to dissolve, replaced by a fluid, often chaotic, social order. The revolution also impacted personal relationships, straining loyalties and testing friendships. Anya found herself increasingly alienated from her former friends, those who clung to the old order, unable or unwilling to accept the fundamental changes that were transforming Russia. The Rostov family, once a symbol of the Russian aristocracy, was now struggling to survive in a world turned upside down. Their fate, like that of countless others, was inextricably linked to the chaotic trajectory of the revolution, a force that threatened to sweep away everything in its path. The future, once predictable and secure, was now shrouded in an impenetrable fog, filled with both potential and peril. The revolution had liberated Russia, but it had also unleashed a torrent of chaos, and the Rostovs, like countless others, were caught in its relentless current. The storm had broken, and its consequences were far from over. The fragile peace following the Tsar's abdication proved to be an illusion, a fleeting moment before the tempest of the Russian Civil War erupted. The echoes of gunfire that had once seemed distant, a tremor on the horizon, now roared across the land, transforming the landscape of Russia into a battleground. The unity forged in the overthrow of the Tsar evaporated, replaced by a bitter conflict between the Bolsheviks, promising a utopian future, and the White Army, clinging to the remnants of the old order. The Rostovs, caught in the crossfire, found their family fractured, their loyalties tested, and their lives irrevocably altered. The initial skirmishes began as isolated clashes, localized conflicts that gradually escalated into a full-blown war. News reached the Rostovs in fragmented whispers, rumors carried on the wind, whispers passed between frightened servants and anxious neighbors. One day, it would be the distant rumble of artillery, the next, the terrified flight of refugees, their faces etched with the horrors they had witnessed. The elegant St. Petersburg, once a symbol of imperial grandeur, became a city besieged, a stage for desperate battles and brutal reprisals. Count Rostov, a man of unwavering loyalty to the Tsar, found himself aligned with the White Army. His aristocratic background, his sense of duty, and his deep-seated distrust of the Bolsheviks pushed him to support the counter-revolution, a decision that would have profound consequences for his family. He saw the Bolsheviks not as liberators, but as destroyers, as agents of chaos who threatened to unravel the very fabric of Russian society. His support for the Whites, however, placed him squarely on the opposing side of his own brother, Dmitri, a man who had always held progressive views and who found himself increasingly drawn to the Bolshevik ideals of equality and social justice. Dmitri's ideological shift created a chasm between the brothers, a deep and widening rift that threatened to shatter the family's already fragile unity. Their disagreements were not merely political, they were deeply personal, fueled by years of unspoken resentments and simmering rivalries. Dmitri, who had always felt overshadowed by his older brother's wealth and influence, saw the revolution as a chance to redefine his place in the world, to create a society where his intellect and ideals were valued, rather than his lineage. He saw the Bolshevik cause as a vehicle for social reform, a chance to eradicate the inequalities that had so deeply scarred Russian society. Anya, torn between her loyalty to her father and her brother, found herself caught in a painful dilemma. She loved them both deeply, but their conflicting loyalties forced her to choose sides, to betray one to protect the other. The revolution, far from uniting the family, had driven a wedge between them, transforming their shared history into a battlefield of conflicting ideologies and personal ambitions. The Rostov family's struggle became a microcosm of the broader conflict engulfing Russia. The war was not just a fight for territory, it was a clash of ideologies, a struggle between the old order and the new, a battle for the soul of a nation. The vast geography of Russia amplified the conflict, transforming it into a sprawling, multi-fronted war. The family's experiences reflected the brutality and uncertainty of the war's disparate theaters. The conflict spilled into their lives with brutal force when their estate outside Moscow became the scene of a clash between the White Army and a Bolshevik detachment. The sounds of the battle, the terrifying proximity of the fighting, shattered the family's fragile composure. They found themselves trapped in the middle, their stately home transformed into a fortress, besieged by the violence that raged around them. The servants fled, the family's supplies dwindled, and the fear gnawed at their hearts, leaving them to cling to each other for comfort and support, their unity a fragile shield against the storm of war. The family's experiences in Moscow were but a small part of their ordeal. As the war raged, the Rostovs were forced to flee their home, embarking on a harrowing journey across the vast expanse of Russia. The journey, fraught with danger and uncertainty, became a test of their resilience, their determination to survive the chaos that enveloped the country. They traveled through war-torn landscapes, witnessing the devastation wrought by the conflict. They encountered both the brutality of war and the resilience of the human spirit, observing acts of both profound cruelty and remarkable generosity. Their journey took them to the southern reaches of Russia, to the cities of the Caucasus, where they encountered different facets of the conflict, witnessing the conflict's reach across various social strata and ethnic groups. The war's impact was far-reaching and complex, with diverse participants and motivations beyond the simple dichotomy of white and red. During this journey, Anya discovered a hidden strength, a resilience that she had never known she possessed. She learned to navigate the treacherous political landscape, to negotiate with both sides, to protect her family amidst the chaos. Her actions, however, led to another shattering betrayal. Forced to make a difficult choice that involved compromising her values to protect her family's lives and well-being, Anya faced the consequences of her decision, a betrayal that would haunt her for years. The events that transpired were not only physically taxing but also took a profound emotional toll on the family. The harsh realities of war, the constant fear, the trauma of displacement, and the losses they suffered left deep scars, transforming their relationships and altering their personalities irrevocably. Meanwhile, Dmitri, caught up in the fervor of the revolution, found himself increasingly embroiled in the political machinations of the Bolshevik regime. He believed in their ideals, but he soon realized that the revolution was not the utopian project he had envisioned. He witnessed firsthand the brutality and injustices that accompanied the Bolshevik takeover, the purges, the executions, the suppression of dissent. His initial idealism gradually eroded, replaced by disillusionment and cynicism. His role in the Bolshevik regime placed him in a position of power but forced him to make morally ambiguous choices, ultimately leading to actions that deeply compromised his character. The Civil War ultimately ripped the Rostov family apart, leaving a legacy of betrayal, resentment, and loss. The brothers, once bound by blood and shared experiences, became estranged, their relationship irrevocably fractured. Their political differences escalated into personal animosity, casting a long shadow over the family's future. The conflict's consequences extended beyond political divisions, causing lasting damage to their familial ties. The war's end brought neither peace nor resolution to the Rostovs. The scars of conflict remained, indelible marks etched onto their hearts and minds. The experiences of the Civil War shaped their identities, leaving them forever changed by the tumultuous events that engulfed their lives. The legacy of betrayal and the loss of trust between family members cast a long shadow over the coming years. They carried the weight of these experiences, a silent testament to the human cost of the revolution and the devastating toll exacted by the Russian Civil War. The storm had broken, leaving behind a landscape of devastation and a family forever scarred. The wind carried the scent of burning wood and the metallic tang of blood, a grim perfume clinging to the ravaged landscape. What had once been the Rostov estate, a testament to generations of wealth and influence, now lay in ruins. The elegant mansion, with its intricate carvings and sprawling gardens, was reduced to a charred skeleton, its grandeur replaced by a desolate emptiness. The once vibrant gardens, where Anya had spent her childhood, were choked with weeds, the flowers replaced by the harsh realities of war. Broken furniture, shattered porcelain, and scattered remnants of a life that once was littered the grounds, a poignant testament to the brutal sweep of the revolution. The family, scattered and shaken, gathered amidst the debris, the remnants of their past, a stark contrast to the uncertain future that stretched before them. Count Rostov, his face lined with fatigue and grief, stared at the wreckage of his ancestral home, a silent testament to the loss of everything he held dear. His once impeccable uniform was torn and stained, a reflection of the chaos he had endured. He was a shell of the proud aristocrat he had once been, his spirit battered, his strength waning. Anya, her face pale and drawn, clutched a tattered photograph of her mother, a fragile memento of a life that felt both distant and achingly close. The photograph, once a cherished possession, now held a new significance, a reminder of the irreplaceable losses that war had inflicted. Her eyes, once bright with youthful optimism, were now clouded with sorrow and weariness. The journey across war-torn Russia had etched lines of hardship onto her youthful face, stealing her innocence and replacing it with a hard-won resilience. The once delicate Anya was gone, replaced by a woman hardened by the crucible of war. Dmitri, his idealism shattered, stood apart, his gaze distant and troubled. The fervor of the revolution had faded, leaving behind a bitter residue of disillusionment and guilt. The utopian society he had envisioned was a distant dream, replaced by a grim reality of brutality and oppression. The blood he had witnessed, the choices he had made in the name of the revolution, now weighed heavily on his conscience. He was haunted by the ghosts of those he had harmed, the innocent victims caught in the crossfire of his political machinations. His hands, once raised in the fervor of revolutionary zeal, now trembled with a burden of guilt and remorse. He looked at the ruins of the estate, not with anger or sorrow, but with a weary acceptance of the devastating consequences of his actions and beliefs. Their survival was a miracle in itself. They had escaped with their lives, but at a terrible cost. They had lost not only their home but also their sense of security, their stability, their sense of belonging. The world they had known, a world of privilege and predictability, was gone, replaced by a chaotic landscape of uncertainty and fear. The comforts and luxuries they had once taken for granted now felt like distant memories, replaced by a harsh and unrelenting reality. The comfortable routines of their lives, the social circles they inhabited, their positions within society, all were swept away by the relentless tide of revolution. The loss extended beyond material possessions. The war had claimed many lives dear to them. Old friends, loyal servants, distant relatives, all gone, swallowed up by the brutal conflict. The echoes of their laughter, their voices, their presence, were now silent, replaced by the emptiness that war had left behind. The family's extended network, once a source of comfort and support, was fragmented and scattered. Many perished during the tumultuous times. Each missing face was a wound that would never fully heal. The journey to the south had been harrowing. They had traveled through landscapes ravaged by war, witnessing firsthand the horrors inflicted upon the people and the land. They had seen villages reduced to ashes, fields laid waste, and people driven from their homes, forced to wander as refugees. They had seen the brutality of the war firsthand, encountering acts of senseless cruelty that would forever haunt their memories. Yet, amidst the devastation, they had also witnessed acts of remarkable kindness, extraordinary displays of compassion and generosity offered by strangers. There were glimpses of humanity's resilience, of people finding strength in their shared suffering, offering assistance and comfort to those in need. These small acts of kindness, fleeting moments of humanity against the backdrop of carnage, served as tiny beacons of hope, providing respite from the overwhelming darkness that engulfed their lives. The survival of the Rostovs was a testament to their resilience, to their ability to adapt to the challenges and adversities life had thrown their way. They had learned to rely on each other, to draw strength from their shared experiences, to find solace in the bonds of family. But the scars left by the war ran deep, forever altering their relationships, their perspectives, and their sense of self. The rebuilding of their lives would be a long and arduous process. They would have to grapple not only with the physical devastation but also with the emotional wounds left by the war. The loss of their home, the death of their loved ones, the destruction of their social standing, these were wounds that would take time, perhaps a lifetime, to heal. They had survived the storm, but the tempest had left an indelible mark on their souls. They had lost their past, but they had not lost hope, clinging to the fragile possibility that they could forge a new future, a future rebuilt from the ashes of their past, a future where they could find peace and healing, if only in fragments. The road ahead would be long and uncertain, but the family, bruised but unbroken, would face it together. The journey towards healing would begin not with grand gestures but with the smallest of acts, a shared meal, a quiet conversation, a hand held in times of sorrow. Slowly, painstakingly, they would start to rebuild their lives, piece by piece, carrying the weight of their losses, but determined to create a future born from the ruins of their past. The embers of hope, though faint, still glowed within their hearts, a fragile testament to the enduring strength of the human spirit. The war might have taken everything from them, but it had not taken their will to survive. Chapter 6: Ashes of Empire. The biting wind whipped across the desolate steppe, carrying with it the whispers of a new era, an era of iron and steel, of collectivization and purges, an era that had swallowed the old world whole. The Rostovs, huddled together in a cramped, borrowed room in a dilapidated village far from their ancestral home, felt the icy grip of the new order constricting their lives. The opulent furnishings, the sprawling estate, the carefully cultivated gardens, all reduced to ashes and memories. Their world, once defined by privilege and tradition, had been irrevocably shattered. Count Rostov, his once ramrod posture now slumped with weariness, stared out the frost-laced window. The land, once a symbol of his family's wealth and power, was now being collectivized, its fruits destined for the state rather than the family table. He watched, helpless, as the familiar rhythm of rural life was disrupted, replaced by the harsh dictates of the communist regime. The peasants, once subservient to his family, were now imbued with a newfound, if often brutally enforced, sense of empowerment. The old order of deference and obedience had crumbled, leaving behind a landscape of resentment and suspicion. Anya, her youthful optimism buried beneath layers of hardship, found herself wrestling with a profound sense of displacement. The world she had known, a world of balls and galas, of governesses and tutors, had vanished. Now, she found herself grappling with the mundane realities of survival, scavenging for food, mending clothes, and battling the gnawing cold that seeped into their meager dwelling. The skills that had once been prized, her elegant handwriting, her knowledge of French literature, seemed utterly irrelevant in this new world. Dmitri, haunted by the ghosts of his past actions, found little solace in the revolution's supposed triumph. The idealistic visions that had once fueled his fervor had curdled into a bitter brew of disillusionment and guilt. The utopian society he had envisioned remained elusive, replaced by a stark reality of oppression and violence. The collectivization policies, intended to create an egalitarian society, had instead unleashed widespread famine, leaving millions to starve. He saw the desperation etched on the faces of those around him, a grim reflection of the revolution's brutal consequences. He was no longer a revolutionary, he was a survivor, burdened by the weight of his past actions and haunted by the specter of the future. Their meager rations barely sufficed, the food often meager and unpalatable. The rich, nourishing meals of their past were distant memories, replaced by a diet of watery soup and stale bread. The constant fear of starvation gnawed at them, a constant undercurrent to their existence. Even the simplest acts, securing fuel for the stove, procuring clean water, became fraught with challenges and anxieties. The comfort and predictability they had once taken for granted were replaced by a constant struggle for survival. The constant threat of political purges hung over them like a dark cloud. The whispers of arrests and executions were a ubiquitous part of daily life, a stark reminder of the regime's ruthless efficiency in silencing dissent. Their aristocratic background, once a source of pride and privilege, now presented a formidable danger. They lived in the shadow of suspicion, constantly vigilant for any sign that might draw the attention of the secret police, the NKVD. Each knock on the door sent a shiver of fear through their spines, each unfamiliar face in the street sparked a surge of anxiety. The intellectual circles they had once frequented were now largely silenced, their members either imprisoned, executed, or forced into silent conformity. Their vibrant conversations, their spirited debates, were replaced by an oppressive silence, a fear of expressing anything that might be considered counter-revolutionary. The books that had once filled their lives were now hidden away, their cherished texts representing a forbidden past. Their attempts to blend into the anonymity of village life were fraught with difficulties. Their accent, their mannerisms, their very bearing betrayed their aristocratic origins. The peasants, wary and suspicious, treated them with a mixture of fear and resentment. They were outsiders, remnants of a bygone era, unwelcome intruders in this new, harsh landscape. The bonds of family, once a source of comfort and support, were now tested by the pressures of survival and the constant threat of betrayal. Their lives were a constant negotiation of survival, a desperate struggle to navigate the treacherous currents of the new order. The struggle extended beyond the immediate fight for survival. The Rostovs were forced to confront the brutal realities of the new economic order. The collectivization of the land had decimated agricultural productivity, leading to widespread famine. The peasants, stripped of their land and forced to work on collective farms, were often left with insufficient resources to feed themselves. The Rostovs, despite their reduced circumstances, witnessed firsthand the horrors of starvation. They saw families torn apart by hunger, children left to die in the streets, and communities devastated by despair. The emotional toll of these experiences was immense. The grief over their lost home and the devastation of their social standing was compounded by the anxieties of the present. Their sense of identity, once rooted in their aristocratic heritage and social standing, was eroded by their experiences. They were forced to reconcile their past with the harsh realities of their present, to redefine their identities within the constricting framework of the new order. The rebuilding of their lives would be a long and painful process, a process that required not just physical resilience, but a profound adaptation of spirit. Their journey through the ashes of the empire was far from over, it was just beginning. They had survived the revolution, but they were now facing a new and equally formidable foe, the Soviet state. The fight for survival continued, and for the Rostovs, the greatest challenge lay not in the physical deprivation but in the agonizing psychological transition to a world where everything that they had once known had been swept away, replaced by an ideology that threatened to extinguish their very existence. The echoes of their past, however, lingered, a stubborn refusal to be silenced completely. The whispers of dissent, once confined to hushed conversations in darkened rooms, began to coalesce into something more tangible. Anya, surprisingly, found herself at the center of this burgeoning resistance. Her seemingly irrelevant skills, her elegant script, her mastery of French, proved surprisingly valuable. She became a clandestine copyist, reproducing anti-Soviet pamphlets and poetry, using her delicate hand to create near-perfect forgeries of official documents, ones that helped others escape the ever-watchful eyes of the NKVD. These small acts of defiance, distributed through a network of trusted contacts, became a lifeline for those who dared to oppose the regime, a flickering flame of resistance in the chilling darkness. Dmitri, consumed by guilt and disillusionment, initially retreated further into himself. The revolution he had once championed had betrayed its own ideals, morphing into a brutal dictatorship. He grappled with his conscience, the weight of his past actions pressing down on him. He had seen firsthand the consequences of unchecked power, the horrors of famine and forced collectivization. He couldn't bring himself to actively oppose the regime, the fear of retribution too deeply ingrained. However, his silent disapproval was a form of resistance in itself. He refused to participate in the forced celebrations, the hollow displays of loyalty demanded by the state. His quiet dissent, his refusal to outwardly endorse the regime, was a subtle act of defiance. He found solace in his memories, in the quiet dignity of the past, an internal resistance against the erasure of his former world. He secretly salvaged fragments of his family's history, preserving them against the state's efforts to obliterate the past. Count Rostov, despite his age and weariness, found his own path of resistance. He used his knowledge of the land, his understanding of agriculture, to subtly subvert the collectivization efforts. He quietly instructed the peasants on ways to improve crop yields without explicitly defying the state. He taught them methods to hoard small quantities of grain, enough to feed their families despite the forced quotas. These seemingly insignificant acts of defiance were crucial. They kept hope alive, nurtured survival in the face of systematic oppression. They were acts of quiet rebellion, a testament to the enduring human spirit. He also utilized his connections, the remnants of his social network, to help others in need. He was a silent protector, using his dwindling influence to shield the vulnerable from the harshest effects of the regime's policies. Their cousin, Boris, a young man brimming with fiery idealism, took a far more dangerous path. He joined an underground resistance group, a loose network of dissidents plotting against the regime. The group consisted of a diverse cast of characters, former officers, disillusioned communists, intellectuals, and even a few disgruntled peasants. Their meetings were clandestine, their plans whispered in hushed tones, their actions shrouded in secrecy. Boris, with his youthful energy and aristocratic connections, became a valuable asset to the group. He provided them with information, secured safe houses, and assisted in the distribution of anti-Soviet propaganda. his courage was matched only by the dangers he faced. The threat of discovery hung over him constantly, the ever-present shadow of the NKVD a constant reminder of the high stakes. The atmosphere in their borrowed village was thick with fear and suspicion. The omnipresent NKVD agents, indistinguishable from the ordinary villagers, cast a pall of paranoia over everyone. Neighbors eyed each other with mistrust, always wondering who might be an informer, who might betray their secrets. Even casual conversations were fraught with danger, every word weighed carefully. The Rostovs learned to navigate this labyrinth of suspicion, to mask their true feelings and intentions. They perfected the art of silence, mastering the skill of saying nothing while saying everything. The secret police were relentless. Their methods were brutal, their reach far-reaching. Arrests were frequent, often carried out in the dead of night, with little or no explanation. Those who were deemed to be enemies of the state vanished without a trace, their families left to wonder about their fate. The Rostovs lived in constant fear of arrest, each knock on their door sending a jolt of anxiety through them. The shadow of the Gulag, the vast network of forced labor camps, loomed large over their lives, a constant threat that haunted their every waking moment. The stories of those who had disappeared, of the horrors inflicted on those who dared to oppose the regime, were whispered in hushed tones, serving as chilling reminders of the consequences of defiance. Boris's activities, however, eventually caught the attention of the NKVD. One night, a sudden raid swept through the village, shattering the fragile peace. Boris, caught off guard, was taken away, his fate unknown. The Rostovs were left to grapple with the consequences of his actions, the chilling reality of the regime's power. The raid sent ripples of fear throughout the village, highlighting the vulnerability of even the most cautious of dissidents. The remaining Rostovs realized that they could not remain where they were. The risk was too great. They decided to split up, hoping to lessen the chance of everyone being captured. Count Rostov, with Anya, decided to blend into the anonymity of a remote Siberian village, hoping to escape the surveillance that had tightened its grip on their lives. Dmitri, haunted by his past, opted for a different path. He sought refuge in the anonymity of a large city, hoping to fade into the crowds, to disappear from the ever-watchful eyes of the secret police. Their family, once a symbol of privilege and unity, was now fractured, scattered across the vast and unforgiving expanse of the Soviet Union. The ashes of their empire were not just physical, they were the ashes of their former lives, a scattering of memories and hopes, a testament to the resilience and fragility of the human spirit in the face of brutal oppression. Their survival was now a testament not only to their physical endurance, but to their unwavering spirit, a determination to endure in the face of overwhelming adversity. Their story, though fragmented and scattered, would become a legend, a whisper of resistance in the vast expanse of the Soviet Empire, a secret code of survival in a world where hope seemed to be a vanishing commodity. The fight for survival, however, was far from over. The ashes of empire held within them the seeds of defiance, the enduring spark of human resistance against a monolithic regime. The train rattled across the vast expanse of the Siberian steppe, a jarring counterpoint to the stillness within Anya. The landscape, bleak and unforgiving, mirrored the emptiness in her heart. The loss of Boris, the abrupt severing of that vital connection, felt like a physical wound, a constant ache that refused to heal. His youthful idealism, his fiery spirit, had been extinguished in the cold, harsh reality of the Soviet regime. She clutched a worn photograph in her hand, Boris, smiling, his eyes bright with hope, a stark contrast to the grim reality that had stolen him away. The image was a fragile talisman, a desperate attempt to hold on to a fragment of a life that was irrevocably lost. Beside her, Count Rostov, his face etched with the lines of age and sorrow, stared out at the passing landscape. His silence was heavy, burdened by the weight of accumulated loss. The revolution hadn't just taken their land, their wealth, their social standing, it had taken a piece of his soul. He had witnessed the destruction of his world, the slow, agonizing dismantling of a way of life that had existed for generations. The grand estates, the bustling manor houses, the vibrant social circles, all reduced to dust and ashes, mere memories haunting the twilight of his years. The memories weren't just of grand balls and lavish feasts, they were of laughter, of love, of a vibrant community that had been ruthlessly torn apart. The loss of his family's history, the deliberate erasure of their legacy, was a wound that cut deep. It was the methodical destruction of identity, a deliberate act of cultural genocide, leaving behind only the hollow shell of what once was. Anya knew he was mourning more than just the tangible losses. He was mourning the loss of an era, the irrevocable end of a world he knew and loved. He mourned the loss of his identity, the fading significance of his title, the erosion of the respect and deference he once commanded. The revolution had not only stripped them of their material possessions, but of their place in society, their very sense of self. Dmitri's loss was different, more internal, more agonizing. His journey to a sprawling city had been a retreat, a desperate attempt to escape the haunting memories of his past actions. He had once embraced the revolution, believing in its promise of a better future, only to witness its transformation into a brutal dictatorship. The guilt gnawed at him constantly, the knowledge of his complicity in the suffering of others a heavy burden to bear. He saw the faces of the starving peasants, the empty eyes of those who had been victims of collectivization, in his nightmares. He was tormented by the realization that he had been a tool in the machinery of oppression, a willing participant in the destruction of his own country's social fabric. His quiet rebellion, his silent disapproval, felt inadequate in the face of such overwhelming guilt. He was a ghost, a shadow of his former self, his spirit broken by the atrocities he had witnessed. The city, however, offered no solace. The anonymity it promised was elusive. He found himself constantly looking over his shoulder, haunted by the ever-present threat of discovery. He lived in perpetual fear, a fear that seeped into his bones, chilling him to the core. The shadows seemed to stretch and lengthen, mimicking the ever-watchful eyes of the NKVD. The city itself, once a symbol of progress and dynamism, now felt like a prison, a cage confining him to a life of perpetual anxiety. The collective grief of the Rostovs went beyond the immediate losses. It was a shared acknowledgement of the obliteration of their cultural heritage, the destruction of their ancestral home, the shattering of their familial bonds. It was the loss of their social structure, the dismantling of a world order they had known. Their once grand library, containing generations of accumulated knowledge, was likely burned or looted, the irreplaceable texts, documents, and family heirlooms destroyed forever. The artwork, the carefully preserved family portraits, the elegant furniture, all gone, reduced to mere echoes in their memories. The loss extended beyond material objects, it represented the loss of their identity as members of a proud, established family, a loss of roots that extended back for centuries. The very language they spoke, the refined etiquette they practiced, seemed out of place in the brutal, impoverished reality of their new lives. The old ways of life had vanished, replaced by a new, austere regime that aimed to erase their past. The elegant balls and lavish feasts had been replaced by forced collectivized labor and meager rations. The subtle nuances of aristocratic society, the carefully cultivated manners and refined speech, were viewed with suspicion, an unnecessary relic of a bygone era. Their social circles, once a source of connection, support, and companionship, had been decimated, their friends either purged, exiled, or silenced. The familiar comforts of their previous lives, the predictable rhythms and routines, had been violently shattered, replaced by uncertainty and fear. Each surviving Rostov carried their own burden of loss, but they were bound together by a shared trauma, by the collective memory of what had been destroyed. They were survivors, yes, but also the living embodiment of a lost world. Their quiet resilience, their ability to endure in the face of such overwhelming hardship, was a testament to the strength of the human spirit. Their story was a tapestry woven from threads of grief, guilt, and enduring hope, a story of survival against unimaginable odds. The ashes of empire encompassed not only the ruins of their former life but also the fragmented remnants of a rich and vibrant culture, all but erased by the brutal forces of history. The future remained uncertain, a vast and uncharted territory fraught with peril. Yet, amidst the ruins, a spark of defiance flickered. The fight to preserve their memories, to safeguard their collective identity, was only beginning. The train lurched, throwing Anya against the worn velvet of the seat. Count Rostov, his eyes closed, didn't even flinch. He was beyond flinching, beyond surprise, beyond much of anything except a deep, bone-weary exhaustion. The journey across Siberia felt endless, a fitting metaphor for their exile, their displacement from a life that had once seemed immutable. The vast, empty landscape mirrored the emptiness they carried within, a profound hollowness born of loss and the shattering of their world. While Anya clung to the fragile hope offered by a single faded photograph, Dmitri grappled with a different kind of torment. His silence, a stark contrast to Anya's quiet grief, was punctuated only by the occasional, almost imperceptible tremor of his hands. He, unlike the Count, had actively participated in the revolution, his youthful idealism warped and twisted by the brutal reality of its consequences. The revolution's promises of equality and prosperity had been replaced by the harsh realities of collectivization, famine, and the ubiquitous fear of the NKVD. He saw their faces in his dreams, the gaunt faces of the starving peasants, the hollow eyes of those who had lost everything, the terrified expressions of those dragged away in the night. The weight of his complicity crushed him, a burden of guilt so heavy it threatened to suffocate him. He hadn't been a major player, not one of the architects of this new, oppressive regime, but he had been a cog in the machine, a willing participant in the initial stages of the upheaval. His justifications, once so convincing, now seemed hollow and pathetic. He had believed in the cause, believed in the ideals, but the ideals had been corrupted, twisted into a monstrous parody of their original intentions. The guilt was a constant companion, a relentless shadow that followed him even into the anonymity of the sprawling city to which he had fled. Anya, in contrast, had been a passive observer, a witness to the slow, agonizing unraveling of her family's world. She had witnessed the looting of their ancestral home, the destruction of their library, a repository of centuries of family history and accumulated knowledge. The irreplaceable manuscripts, the precious family portraits, the elegant furniture, all reduced to ashes. Her grief wasn't fueled by active participation in the revolution's atrocities, but by the brutal and irreversible destruction of everything she had ever known, of her entire heritage. She mourned the loss of a world where her family's influence and position were secure, a world where tradition and social standing were everything. She mourned the loss of her past, the loss of her identity, the loss of a life that now existed only in memories, fading and fragile. Their younger sister, Irina, exhibited a different kind of resilience. Younger, less burdened by the weight of the past, and less entangled in the family's aristocratic legacy, she showed a remarkable capacity for adaptation. She found work as a seamstress, her nimble fingers capable of transforming scraps of fabric into garments that, while simple, demonstrated a creative spirit that refused to be crushed by the bleakness of her surroundings. She had witnessed the upheaval but had not been as deeply scarred by it. The old world was gone, and while she grieved for it, a part of her embraced the opportunity for a new beginning, a blank slate upon which she could build a life. She learned to navigate the intricacies of the new society, understanding the unspoken rules and the subtle power dynamics. She displayed a quiet pragmatism and resourcefulness that allowed her to survive, to make a life for herself, in a world that had turned its back on her family's former privileges. Her resilience was both a testament to her strength and a stark contrast to the melancholic resignation of her elder brother and sister. The family's youngest member, young Alexei, was too young to fully grasp the profound changes that had swept through their lives. He knew only the grim reality of hunger, scarcity, and the constant, underlying fear that had become a familiar part of their daily existence. Yet, he possessed an unexpected, childlike resilience, a stubborn refusal to surrender to the despair that threatened to engulf his elders. His games in the rubble-strewn streets, his attempts to create order in the chaos, were small acts of defiance against the overwhelming bleakness of their circumstances. Each member of the Rostov family faced a unique challenge in adapting to their new reality. Their strategies for survival were as varied as their personalities and their experiences. The Count, steadfast in his refusal to relinquish his aristocratic bearing, found solace only in his memories, clinging to the vestiges of a world that was gone. His days were spent in quiet contemplation, his mind wandering through the corridors of his lost estate, replaying events from a life that was both glorious and tragically gone. His dignity was his shield, his memories his only companions. Anya, heartbroken but pragmatic, began to find a small measure of solace in helping others. She used her limited resources to aid those less fortunate, finding purpose in acts of kindness in a world that had shown her so little mercy. Her grief, while ever present, was tempered by the quiet satisfaction of making a difference, however small. She channeled her sorrow into something constructive, finding a flicker of hope amid the ashes. Dmitri's internal struggle continued. His guilt remained a constant torment, and his attempts to find redemption were hampered by his past and the ever-present fear of discovery. He found fleeting moments of peace in helping to provide for the family, but the shadows of his past continued to haunt him. His quiet acts of support for his family were attempts at reconciliation, a fragile hope for redemption. His internal struggle was a quiet battle, a fight against the demons of his own conscience. Irina, having shed the burden of her past privileges, embraced the challenge of rebuilding her life on her own terms. She found strength in her independence, a fierce self-reliance that allowed her to flourish in the new, challenging world. Her ability to find work, to navigate the complexities of daily life, and to offer support to her family was a testament to her strength and adaptability. Her pragmatism was not a surrender to the harsh realities, but a powerful force driving her forward. Alexei, in his innocence, possessed an indomitable spirit that allowed him to find joy in the simplest of things. His resilience, his playful nature, was a constant source of inspiration for his family, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, hope could still persist. He unwittingly became a symbol of resilience, a reminder that life, despite the hardships, continued. His laughter, echoing in the dilapidated apartment, was a small beacon of hope in the overwhelming bleakness of their existence. Their survival was not a simple matter of adapting to the new conditions, but a complex interplay of individual coping mechanisms, mutual support, and a shared determination to endure. The ashes of the empire had scattered their lives, yet they found ways to rebuild, to create a semblance of family and community amidst the chaos. They adapted, survived, and in doing so, found a new definition of what it meant to be a Rostov in a world that had attempted to erase their past. The train continued its journey across the vast Siberian expanse, carrying with it not only the physical bodies of the Rostovs, but the echoes of their past, the weight of their losses, and the fragile flicker of their hopes for the future. The future remained uncertain, but within the fragmented remnants of their world, they were forging a new path, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of unimaginable adversity. The train shuddered to a halt, the screech of metal a jarring counterpoint to the vast, silent expanse of the Siberian landscape. Stepping onto the platform, Anya felt the biting wind whip at her face, a stark contrast to the stifling heat of the carriage. The air held a crisp, almost brutal clarity, mirroring the stark reality of their new life. Irkutsk, a city built on the bones of exiled dreams, stretched before them, a sprawling maze of wooden houses and grey, imposing Soviet apartment blocks. The grandeur of their former life, the opulence of their ancestral estate, felt like a distant, fading dream. The small apartment they had managed to secure was a far cry from the palatial home they had left behind. It was cramped, sparsely furnished, and permeated by a damp chill that seeped into the very bones. Yet, in its meager confines, they had found a semblance of a home, a fragile haven amidst the overwhelming chaos of their new surroundings. The photographs, carefully salvaged from the wreckage of their past, adorned the walls, their faded images a testament to a world that had vanished. The Count, his once impeccable posture now slightly stooped, spent his days poring over these photographs, his fingers tracing the contours of familiar faces, the lines etched into his face a map of his losses. He found solace in the routines of his daily life, his meticulous care of a small, struggling garden a reflection of his unwavering desire to maintain order amidst chaos. His efforts to cultivate even a modest patch of earth provided a small sense of purpose and control, a symbol of resistance against the relentless indifference of their environment. He had become a master of quiet, dignified resignation. Anya, her youthful beauty diminished by hardship but not extinguished, found work as a teacher in a local school, her expertise in languages and literature a rare commodity in this isolated community. She poured her energy into her students, sharing her knowledge and seeking to impart in them a love of literature, a kind of heritage that couldn't be stolen or destroyed. The classroom became a sanctuary, a place where she could momentarily forget her grief and loss, and in nurturing the minds of her students, she nurtured a tiny flame of hope within herself. Her quiet acts of kindness extended beyond the classroom. She helped her neighbors, sharing what little food they had, offering comfort and support to those who were struggling, mirroring the kindness that had sustained her family in darker times. She found fulfillment not in mourning what had been lost, but in forging a connection to those around her, transforming her grief into meaningful action. Dmitri remained haunted by his past. His complicity in the early days of the revolution weighed heavily on his conscience. He worked long hours at a factory, the monotonous labor a numbing escape from the relentless torment of his memories. He found a measure of redemption in his hard work, providing for his family while avoiding the scrutiny of the ever-watchful authorities. The physical exhaustion of the labor was a distraction, but his guilt was a relentless undercurrent, ever present, a shadow that followed him everywhere. His silences were punctuated by fits of deep introspection. He would sit alone for hours, gazing out at the bleak landscape, lost in thought. His struggles with guilt and his desire for redemption were evident in his actions. He became a quiet guardian of his family, providing for their needs while concealing his own internal turmoil. Irina, adapting more easily to the new realities, proved to be the most pragmatic of the siblings. Her innate resourcefulness allowed her to navigate the complexities of the Soviet system, finding work as a skilled seamstress and using her talents to improve their meager living conditions. She created beautiful clothes, transforming scraps of material into elegant creations. Her creativity was a form of rebellion, a vibrant counterpoint to the drabness of her surroundings. She found solace in her ability to create, to shape something beautiful in a world that had stripped away so much of their heritage. Her business thrived, providing not only for herself but also contributing to the support of her family. Young Alexei, now a preteen, had grown accustomed to the harsh realities of his environment. His youthful resilience remained intact, his indomitable spirit a source of strength for his family. While he understood little of the political turmoil that had shattered their lives, he experienced the tangible consequences of poverty and uncertainty. He had learned to appreciate the value of family, a connection that held them together through hardship. Their daily lives were marked by a quiet determination, a shared resilience born of adversity. The struggles were constant, the challenges never-ending. The specter of poverty, hunger, and the ever-present fear of official scrutiny were constant companions. Yet, they held on to each other, their bond a lifeline in a sea of uncertainty. The future remained uncertain. The shadow of the NKVD loomed large, a constant reminder of the ever-present threat of arbitrary arrest and deportation. Their lives hung precariously balanced on the whims of a brutal regime. Yet, in their small apartment, amidst the muted colors and the ever-present chill, they were building a new foundation, a testament to the indomitable human spirit. Anya found a new kind of purpose, a sense of belonging, in helping others. She shared her meager resources, offered words of encouragement, and provided a sanctuary of kindness in a world that often felt cold and unforgiving. She discovered a hidden strength within herself, using her skills and compassion to aid the community. The simple act of providing comfort, providing some sense of normalcy, filled her days with a sense of purpose. Dmitri's internal struggle continued, but he found a different kind of solace. His physical labor allowed him to channel his guilt, transforming it into something tangible, something positive. He found a sense of atonement in his provision for his family, in his quiet acts of service. The silent strength that characterized his existence was a subtle form of resistance, a way of reclaiming his sense of worth in the face of adversity. Irina's success offered a unique kind of defiance. Her ability to thrive in a challenging environment was a testament to her resilience and determination. She became a symbol of hope, not only for her family but also for others who had been cast aside by the new regime. Her success proved to be a quiet act of rebellion, a clear message that the human spirit could not be broken, that the spark of life, of creativity, could not be extinguished. Alexei's laughter, though often tinged with sadness, echoed in their apartment, a reminder of life's resilience, an almost defiant celebration of existence in the face of adversity. His youthful energy was a beacon of hope, his spirit a tangible reminder that even in the darkest of times, joy could persist. The Rostovs, their past irrevocably altered, their future uncertain, had created a new reality within the confines of their small apartment. They were a family fractured yet unbroken, their lives a testament to the capacity of the human spirit to endure, to adapt, and to find a measure of hope even in the ashes of an empire. The uncertain future stretched before them, but they faced it together, their shared experience and enduring bonds their most precious possessions. The echoes of the past, the weight of loss, and the fragility of hope were interwoven into the fabric of their lives, making them stronger, more resilient, more bound to one another than ever before. The train journey had ended, but their journey, their struggle to forge a new life, was far from over. The Siberian landscape, harsh and unforgiving, mirrored the challenges that lay ahead, but within the small, cramped apartment, the flame of hope flickered, stubborn and determined, refusing to be extinguished.